So the only rational explanation for life at the moment is that I must have fallen while I was walking, and I must have hit my head, and I'm actually unconscious in a hospital right now, and all of this insanity is just a figment of my imagination. And I say that because, number one, I have no idea why I sound like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I'm not a smoker. I never have been a smoker. I don't know where my voice is going. My voice is trying to take a walk off the map. But number two, the very fact, yes, I'm streaming. I got it. Thanks, phone. The very simple fact that people are arguing people are arguing about what happened in New York with Donald Trump, and they're saying he was never convicted. They're saying his conviction was overturned. They're saying, like, somebody, and I'm going to show a lot of this stuff. Somebody said that in the criminal proceedings, there is no, you're not convicted until you're sentenced. Honestly, I have no earthly idea how people survive. How do people survive when they have Google and they can literally Google? They can literally Google. Like, they could Google. They could ask ChatGPT. They could ask Grok. They could ask Copilot. There's like 15 AI programs that they could ask that, unless you teach them to lie to you, they will give you facts. Now, it'll give you facts and it'll try to make up its sources, but that's a different problem. So this morning, I'm running late because I had a video ready for this morning, and it was done. It was ready to go. And then I realized so many people don't understand the difference between criminal and civil. Like, there is a huge difference between a criminal conviction and a civil indication of responsibility. And yes, I screwed up yesterday, and I will be the first to say, if I screw up, I will own it. I said yesterday that if you want a good case study for understanding, like, double jeopardy, but not double jeopardy, but how you can be tried in the criminal court for something and then have to withstand a civil penalty, you look at O.J. Simpson. O.J. Simpson was charged and prosecuted for the murder of Nicole Kidman and the murder of Ron Goldman. Yesterday I said Kato Kaelin, which I was like, all morning I was like, that's not right. But anyway, he was charged criminally and he was found not guilty. But then the family sued him, and in a civil proceeding, it is a preponderance of evidence makes it more likely rather than less likely that it occurred. What's up, Spinal? Now, I adamantly disagree with the way our judicial system works. I think that if you are going to say I committed a crime, then my 4th, 5th, 6th, and 8th Amendment due process rights say that how can you say that O.J. Simpson owed money to Nicole Kidman's family and Ron Goldman's family for their murder when he wasn't convicted of murder? I am not a Trump supporter. I am not a member of Make America Great Again. But what I will say is that I defend everybody's right to due process, because I would want my children and my grandchildren's right to due process to be honored and upheld. So it's not about whether or not I agree Donald Trump is a bad man. It's not about whether or not I agree that this happened or that happened or whatever. What the problem is, we need to rewrite the laws in this country so that if you are, in order to be sued civilly for a crime, financially for the results of a crime, you have to have been convicted of that crime. So real simple. O.J. Simpson, did he murder Nicole? Did he murder his wife? Yes. Now the family can sue him and take away all his wealth. Did the jury find him guilty? No. Well, then he can't be sued civilly for it. How can you say I'm responsible financially for the death of my wife under a different burden of proof? A preponderance of evidence makes it more likely rather than less likely. Well, what you're basically saying is that I did it, but you couldn't prove it in criminal court. So the same thing with Donald Trump. Now, I am not saying in any way, shape, or form that Donald Trump hasn't sexually assaulted women. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that he has. I'm not saying that either. I am saying that he doesn't have a conviction for that offense in criminal court. That's all. Like, people can't get their head wrapped around the idea that that's all I'm saying. Like, there's not 10 more words. The fact of the matter is he does not have a criminal conviction for any violent crime. Now, people don't even understand the way the justice system in this country works. If you get found guilty criminally at the lowest level, then you go through your state's appellate court, and then you go to your state Supreme Court, and then you go to the federal Supreme Court. People are saying, oh, Donald Trump's conviction was overturned. No, it wasn't. Well, it was heard by the Supreme Court in presidential immunity. The Supreme Court in January of 2025 heard a hearing, an expedited hearing from Donald Trump because he was about to be inaugurated as president. And what they said was, his lawyer said, it's probably not a good idea for the about to be president to be sitting facing criminal liability. And so the Supreme Court said, that's an interesting argument. That's an interesting position. But we're not going to rule that you can have delayed sentencing. What we're going to say is, that's not our place. And it's not their place. It isn't their place to make that ruling on an expedited hearing because the facts of the matter of his case weren't based around presidential immunity. They were based around your John Q. Public. So then the judge in New York said, what I'm going to do is issue an unconditional discharge, which means you're still found guilty. You still have 34 felony counts, but there's no punishment for this crime. I mean, you're about to go be the president again, so that's punishment enough. Like, you're going to do like the highest civic duty a person can ever do. With all that said, even Donald Trump has said for the record he was convicted. He's appealing it. If he wasn't convicted, why would he still be appealing it? If the charges weren't still valid, what is he appealing then? And I'm beginning to think that we are living in 1984. I read 1984 30 years ago, probably 32 years ago, right? Why would you... Why would we live in a society where people want to rewrite the past? And people want to just make up stuff. People want to be ignorant. People want to be ignorant. It's what they want. It's like this guy. I'm about to address this guy. Because this is the type of guy that this is the type of guy that's going to get a lot of people. Apparently, the FBI raided John Bolton's home and office looking for classified documents. Okay. It's not a big deal. If all they're looking for is classified documents. Let me show you an example of where our society is falling apart. Because it's fucking terrible. Why won't this let me do it? Sometimes I swear they make technology as difficult as they can just because it's living paycheck to paycheck. No, where's the other one? Where's the guy telling everybody to commit the crimes? I got this great guy. It's living paycheck to paycheck with good income. And this guy is going off and he doesn't know what he's talking about. Here we go. Why can I not see the fucking comments? Okay, now where we at? Close you, bring you over here. Sorry. News articles, close that, and Opera websites. Okay, so what this guy says. What you and everyone else needs to do is start your own business. It could be a charity nonprofit that does not sell anything. Once it's been filed with the IRS, with your Secretary of State and the IRS, get a bank account and a phone number. Next, donate your car and a large percentage of your paycheck to it each time you get paid. Now your business entity is responsible for the cars with the income stream you've created for it by donations from your paycheck. You get the tax write-offs next year, and your entity gets the income stream. Take your much longer than normal tax return and donate the entire thing to the business entity. It will snowball to the point of you not needing a job. Rinse and repeat. Okay, first of all, this is fucking illegal. Let me just start with this is highly illegal because what you've done is you've created a charity or a non-for-profit. What he's saying is you pay all your bills out of the charity. But here's the problem. Your person, you will get there. We'll get there. We'll get to what he's going to try to explain. He's a fucking moron. Donate your car and a large percentage of your paycheck to it every time you get paid. Okay. So I'm going to help you out here. You literally just spelled out how to commit tax evasion and fraud. You have specifically spelled out how to create an illegal holding company, but you can make a legal holding company. This guy is one of these sovereign citizen type people. Yes, I did change my name. I'll explain that a little bit later in the show. What he's saying is you want to make a holding company because you want to avoid taxes. Not your lawyer. You're breaking 26501. Your organization is operating for personal enrichment. That is a crime in and of itself. Setting up a charitable organization with the intent to benefit yourself, that alone is a crime. You are using your nonprofit assets to buy your cars and funnel your paycheck back to yourself. If your charitable organization gives you money in any way, shape, or form, you're either a W-2 employee or a 1099 contractor to that charitable organization, and you're right back to paying taxes. There is actually 26 USC 4941. It's called self-dealing. If you control a not-profit foundation, you are a disqualified person. If you are the controller of it, you have to pay lease tax, and then you're not going to pay less tax. You pay more tax because you have to pay a tax and a penalty for taking money back out of the organization. You have fraudulent donations, filing false tax returns, tax evasion, money laundering. Before you respond with "I'm doing it," and this is what you're going to notice, then just give me your EIN. If you're doing this, give me your EIN so I can report it. If you're so confident, give me your EIN. I will report it, and either you will get an audit and they will tell you you're doing everything right, or they will audit you, and because I reported it, I will get 10% of all of your back taxes. None of what I'm discussing falls under any of those codes or statutes. This is not my first rodeo. I've taken my information directly from the IRS website and have never been approached by the IRS. Because to the best of my knowledge and belief, all debts, public and private, will be discharged dollar for dollar. This right here is that sovereign citizen bullshit that they start saying. That includes the IRS debt. Good luck with your memorization of the rules. Where the fuck did it go? Good luck with your memorization of the rules that only apply to the unlearned. Unlearned isn't a word. Also, you can legally donate up to 50% of your W-2 income to your own organization at the minute. No, you can't. Donating a vehicle to your organization is no different. Donating to any other. Well, it is, because I think people need to understand you can donate to a charitable organization or you can give to somebody. When I give my children money, I'm not donating to my children, although they're little fucking charity cases. I'm not donating to my children. I'm giving my children money. Now, up to X amount of dollars, and I don't have it in front of me, is tax-free per year. If I were to give Meliumkin $50,000 today, that'd be fucking stupid. Because it's so close to the end of the year, what I could do is I could give her $14,000, I think it is. What's the cap on gifts? I don't structure it this way. 19,000. So if I was going to give her $50,000, the smart thing would to give her 19,000 now, and then after the first of the year, give her the other 31,000, because then 19,000 of that would be tax free as well. Non-taxable gift income. As I said, give me your EIN, right? This guy's saying, oh, this is how I'm doing it. And then he completely explodes. And then he deleted his explosion. Why is it that people run around and they make up shit to get other people in trouble? Yeah, I could do it all at once. I could deduct from my maximum lifetime gift exemption, and you're right, but the smarter way to do it is if I'm this close to the end of the year. Because remember, the only way my daughter should need a $50,000 infusion of cash is that if she had a bill. Well, I can pay the bill. I don't have to transfer the money to her via gift and then discharge her debt. I can discharge, if she has a debt with somebody, I can discharge that debt as long as I have no financial, I don't achieve any financial means. Now, you have to be careful with that, because there's, of course, sub loopholes and exceptions and terms and conditions. And I don't want to say unilaterally, because you can't, I believe her mortgage doesn't apply, because then I'm not discharging a debt. I'm paying for an asset, which then, because she benefits directly from the acquisition of the asset. But people just make shit up. People don't care about facts. People don't care about truths. And what I want to remind people of, really smart people have ended up in jail for tax evasion. Really smart people. But apparently you read the IRS website and you're not unlearned. Another big one is, I am glad to see this. I know we've got some Trump haters here, and hating on Trump for the things that only affect Donald Trump, that's cool. If you want to hate on Donald Trump, hate on Donald Trump. But I was glad to see this. Yesterday, the New York appeals court threw out the $500 million penalty. Now, I hate when they write it like this, because the penalty was $355 million, and it had grown to $500 million due to interest. They threw it out because they found it to be unconstitutional. They found that you can't fine him that much money. But the problem is, first of all, and now I'll say this, what Donald Trump fucking did in New York was a victimless crime because it wasn't a crime. If you're gonna say it was a crime, it was a victimless crime. He overinflated the value of his properties in order to secure more beneficial loans from banks. Were the banks suing him? No. The banks didn't have a problem with what they'd done because the banks had gotten paid. The banks got their money. Yeah, it was unconstitutional. So pretty fucking dumb. You mean like any homeowner trying to refinance their home loan? Yeah, it depends. You're absolutely right. What does every homeowner do? Do I need a HELOC because I have some bills? Yeah. Well, then I'm going to try to overestimate the price of my home. Oh, wait a minute. Do I have my tax assessor coming to look at my house? Oh no, then I want to undervalue my home. It's all the fucking game. But all of a sudden, Donald Trump plays the same game that every single person does, and now it's a problem. That's my problem with it. My problem is, if we're gonna write some shit, if we're gonna have some laws, if we're gonna have some rules, I'm cool with that. But let's make the rules the same. What's up, Lard? I'm trying to figure out why the chat bot isn't working. I think I know why the chat bot isn't working. I changed the channel name. Good point. Good time for me to explain why I changed the channel name. I changed the channel name because I've been operating under Paradox Gaming Network for years. The problem with operating under Paradox Gaming Network is that it doesn't give me an identity. Originally, the plan for the channel was there was going to be multiple streamers on the channel, and it was going to be like a network television show. So when you logged on, you would get like this streamer in this time slot, this streamer in this time slot, this streamer in this time slot, and then the goal was to split the money. Well, right after I just about got this started, all the other streamers that were going to be part of it bailed out. Yes, and to give myself distance from Paradox Interactive. Now, I do want to say the people at Paradox Interactive are cool as shit. They were aware that I was operating under Paradox Gaming Network. We talked about it. They had no problem. But as my moderators on my Discord will tell you, we would occasionally get people dropping in there complaining about Paradox Interactive games. And I'm like, how did you even find this fucking place? It's not even a public searchable server. So I told you guys, I decided that I'm going to be pushing this. I'm making a lot of content. I am making a lot of content. I'm actually feeling really good. So I put out 2 video game articles this week, a couple of shorts. I refined the process again last night, but yes, I came to the conclusion that I'm no longer going to be Paradox Gaming Network. I'm Jalan PGN. Now, why am I Jalan PGN? Because as you can figure, I got people that fucking hate me over the years, and they went to different platforms and they took my name on some platforms. Like they did it to fuck with me. That's fine. I'm Jalan PGN everywhere. That way, if I ever do have another streamer, right? If there ever is another streamer who wants to join the network, then they can just come up with a name and they can plan ahead and then not put Paradox in their name, but put Paradox in their branding. So same goal. We're going to get to the same goal. I am running a debugger on my chat bot because this is America, baby, and it's Friday, but the chat bot doesn't get the day off. You're not getting a call in sick. I saw the Russian and Ukraine negotiations fell apart already. Salty Bread, I'm gonna go back to what you said. Unfortunately, I can't put it on the screen. You said, from what I've heard, the raid might have been ordered by Trump as retaliation because Bolton and Trump got into an argument on the 13th. Okay. A lot of people believe that the president of the United States can raid people's houses in retaliation. He cannot. In order for them to get a warrant to your house, they have to be able to go to a judge and they have to be able to get a warrant. And when you go to the judge, you're going to have to justify why you think that person has classified documents. Would I say it's impossible that... Yeah, well, because I don't like them. Is it possible to say that maybe it happened because they got into an argument? Sure. But this country has a big problem. And the country's big problem is this. Every 4 years or 8 years, when we have a presidential election, well, actually, it is every 4 years. For those of you that aren't aware of this, it is not uncommon, even when a president is running for re-election, that the night of the election, all the cabinet secretaries tender their resignations. That way, if the president gets re-elected, he can just shred them. If the president gets reelected and he wants to get rid of a particular secretary, he doesn't have to fire you. And if the president didn't get elected, well, then you're resigning anyway, because most people don't stay on. Here's what I'd like to see changed about our government. What I'd like to see changed is that you have like the Secretary of Defense. What I would like to see is I would like to see a position right here, which we have, but I'm just going to call it the Vice Secretary of Defense. And what I would like to see is if a Republican is here, a Democrat is here. And then instead of people constantly getting fired, I'd just like to see them change places. And the reason why is, do you have any idea how much turmoil it is every 4 years to be replacing the boss of every government organization? It's a bit insane to throw out an entire administration every few years. Has there been any other government before the invention of modern democracy that works like this? Well, yeah. Kind of. Rome worked like this because the emperor could get rid of the heads of legions, could get rid of provincial governors on a whim, could rotate them out, bring them back to Rome. It was the phrase bring them back to Rome was, you done fucked up or they want to take away your power. But going home to Rome was always seen as a reward. So but they left their underlying administration, and we do the same thing. The only people that rotate every 4 years are the people at the very top. Barbara in accounting has been there since 1972. Barbara has got 6 more years until she retires. And that is a piece, especially in the military, when you're fortunate enough to have, like, I had a civilian superintendent and a civilian assistant. Well, they had been there forever. It wasn't a matter of like, when was this? Yeah, their terms were longer. Yeah, things used to move much slower in the past, which made losing weeks at a start less impactful than it is now. Right. And they didn't have this idea of the president's first 100 days. They didn't have like the emperor's first 100 days. The emperor was going to be there till he died. Some of them died very quickly. Some of them lived a really long time. It is what it is. But yeah, we're facing some hard decisions here. Zelensky has outright rejected the peace accord. He said, I'm not giving up any land. Russia has now retaliated by hitting a US factory in western Ukraine. Russia airstrikes hit a US factory in western Ukraine. 2 Russian cruise missiles slammed into an American electronics factory in a remote corner of western Ukraine before dawn, causing extensive damage and more than a dozen injuries. I do not envy Donald Trump right now. I do not envy Donald Trump. And the reason why I do not envy Donald Trump is because that is a really shitty place to be sitting as a leader. I don't know. I don't know if there were any Americans on site. A U.S. factory on foreign soil, it's not like it's an embassy. You're right. It's not like it's an embassy. But it goes back to the idea of Pax Americana. It doesn't matter that it's not an embassy. You knew it was an American factory. You knew it was in a corner of Ukraine that didn't require to be struck. It's not like it was a cruise missile fell out of the sky. It was your intended target. So yeah, we've got some you did that on purpose. It's not an embassy. You are correct. It is not an embassy. But it's sovereign enough. Yeah, it was a message and it was a test. Right? And I don't disagree with you. Yeah, it's Russia's fucking about for the status quo. And yeah, absolutely. Like, why are you fucking about right now? Why are you doing this? Like, you know, what's the goal? It was an electronics factory. So the question becomes, why do you want to take us to the brink of nuclear war? Like why is that? Like do we need this bullshit right now? And the answer is no, we do not. We do not need Russia hitting a factory. What's up with the new ICBM that Ukraine showed off that they can make several a day of? That's a great question. Oh, the Flamingo? It's not an ICBM. It's a long-range cruise missile. Yeah, you threw me off there. But now, see, Russia's big temper tantrum, and I'm gonna call it a temper tantrum because that's exactly the fuck what it is. Russia's big temper tantrum has been America better not dare give, or the Westerners better not dare give Ukraine long-range missiles. Sure it was. On one end of the range is Ukraine, you don't want to help us solve this, you're on your own. And Russia, you want to fuck around and hit US targets in Ukraine. We're pushing all our chips in now. Yeah, it's a fucking, and that's the problem. That's why I don't, cause if you ask me if I was me and I was president, that's one question. But Donald Trump has got he's in a horrible situation today. That is the type of situation the president doesn't want to be in. Because now now you've basically called him a bitch. It is really what's happened. You've called the president a little bitch. Like, what are you gonna do about it? Like, are you going to respond? And I don't know if we necessarily want that. If Putin was smart, he should have just stood pat and let Ukraine and the US piss at each other. You're right. He should have. That's absolutely what he should have done. He should have realized that I want Donbass. At the same time, it was a stupid thing to ask for. And the reason why it was a stupid thing to ask for is you knew damn well you weren't gonna get it. So why are you asking for things that you know damn well that you're not gonna get? Like, we're playing games with everybody's life. We don't need to be doing this. We do not need to be fucking about with we do not need to be fucking about with this nonsense. What we need to be doing is saying, hey, how do we get around this problem? How do we bring peace? But it's a big problem, and I honestly I don't know what the answer is. I don't know how we get peace now. I don't think peace is possible, right? I don't think we can get peace. If I'm being 100% totally honest and transparent, I don't think we can. I think we have reached a really shitty point where Russia's too committed. They've put too much. They've put too much money. They put too many chips on the table. And now for them, if they don't get something out of the deal, their economy is going to have a problem. I want to remind everybody that if Donald Trump hadn't withheld $400 million of aid to Ukraine during his first term as president, this probably would not have happened. If Ukraine had been able to defend itself from the Russian incursion, wouldn't have had a problem. Azerbaijan, Armenia, the DMZ, the trade zone, it's That's why we need to get Ukraine off the table. That's why we need to get Israel, Gaza off the table, because all these other locations now, why would anybody, like, you saw India and Pakistan kick off. Why did Pakistan and India kick off? Because everyone's like, well, you didn't stop Russia from going into Ukraine. You didn't stop Israel from going into Gaza. So, like, the next one who's going to try to test the waters and is going to bring us into a war is, what if China decides to test the waters and go into Taiwan? And meanwhile, domestically here at home, I respect Tom McDonald's right to make whatever music he wants, and I like most of his political music. I do not like his new song, "The Devil is a Democrat." I respect, and notice what I'm saying, I respect his right to make the song, but I don't think I don't think right now we needed a song called "The Devil is a Democrat" taking shots at Gavin Newsom. The reason why is it's just polarizing people. Putin is the main guy in Russia. There is no "do I think." Putin is the main guy in Russia. When Putin couldn't be president anymore due to their laws, his protege became president, and Putin took a role. Everybody knew who was the president. Everybody knew that Vladimir was still running the show, but there was a puppet. I wonder what will happen when Putin dies. I imagine when Putin dies, it'll be very similar to what happened in Cuba when Fidel died. It'll be, hey, Western world. No, I don't think a general will take over. I think it's possible that a general would retire from the military in order to take over. Absolutely. But I don't think it would be... I don't think that they'll try to run a government... Oh, that's what you meant? Yeah, I don't think they'll try to run a military government. Yeah, he'll run an election... He'll win, and then he'll retire. So, I think that's more likely. I think that's more likely. It'll be like, oh, in order to bring peace to my new empire, I will leave the military to serve. Yeah, I don't, it's all bullshit. And the truth is, it would be nice if I was in a country that was like, sorry, I shouldn't say like, ever since I watched that girl's video, it's been terrible. I'm not saying my country is great. And I'm not saying anybody should moderate or should emulate my country. With that said, it would be nice if I was living in a country that could say, well, you could role model yourselves after us. Remember, 160 countries modeled their constitutions after us. That's crazy. That's crazy nuts right there. Our constitution is flawed. Our constitution is broken. And yet 160 countries modeled their constitutions against ours. So, jumping into today's show, I want to continue a discussion we started yesterday. And we were talking about the lesser of the evils. And the problem with the lesser of the evils is that people always create these scenarios, and they'll be like, they'll say to you, well, let me just play the video because the scenario is spelled out. Why am I going to spell out the scenario?
This is one of the most famous thought experiments in ethical psychology called the trolley problem. Here's how it works. You're standing by a train track and there's a runaway trolley speeding towards 5 people who are tied up on the track. Next to you is a lever that you can pull to divert the trolley to another track where there's only 1 person that's tied to the track. The choice you have is if you do nothing, the trolley will kill the 5 people on the track, but if you pull the lever, the trolley will only kill 1 person. Question is, what do? Pull the lever or do nothing? Based on how you answer, you might be experiencing a cognitive bias called the omission bias.
Okay, the omission bias is this. The omission bias is that somehow it is my responsibility to choose to pull the lever that kills the person. But the problem is, the omission bias runs into a fallacy known as the false binary. You're telling me that I have to accept one of these 2 choices. And then there's the thing that if you do nothing, is that evil or not? Well, yes, it is considered that you are considered evil if you do nothing, because you're allowing 5 people to die. And here's where it's a fallacy as a construct. You've set a scenario and you're telling me how I must feel. I must feel responsibility for the 5 people's deaths. No, I refuse to be drawn into your false binary. I did not tie those people to the track. I did not. This is not my trolley. I refuse to accept that the only thing I can do is pull the lever or not pull the lever. Why can I not try to jump on the train? What they've created here is essentially, yeah, hold the hell, can I derail the trolley? What they've done is they've taken a omission bias and they've twisted it into a Saw game. I don't have to play your game because I don't have to feel the way you tell me. Well, you have to feel bad for the 5 deaths if you do nothing. No, I don't. Yeah, that's exactly it. If you pull the lever, you directly kill someone. If you do nothing, 5 people die because of inaction. Is inaction or action more evil? And that's a false binary. Because you're saying, if I pull the lever, I directly kill someone. If I do nothing, 5 people die because of inaction. Okay? Well, you didn't pull the lever, so 5 people died. Yeah, but I didn't kill 5 people. By not touching the lever, I didn't kill anybody. Inaction can never be action. That is where the false binary comes in. You cannot tell me I must do something, because there's actually 3 outcomes, but when you discuss the omission bias, they never show you what the third one is. One is I pull the lever, right? One is I pull the lever. That's an action. One is I specifically do not pull. I specifically rationalize why I did not pull the lever. That is a specific action. And then I simply do not act, and I do not think. that is now a third action. It also is, I refuse to play your stupid game. My action is I'm refusing to play. And then they're going to say, well, then you didn't pull the lever. No, that's the outcome of my action. But my action was I refuse to play your stupid game. I refuse to be held accountable for a situation that I didn't have any control over.
Welcome back to the Unbiased series, where each day I break down one of the 100+ biases that we have that shape our decision making and our thinking without us even realizing it. Omission bias is the tendency to see harmful actions as morally worse than equally harmful inactions, even when the outcome is the same or worse. In the trolley problem, pulling the lever is the commission. It's the action where you're actively causing one death. Doing nothing and not pulling the lever is the omission, where by doing nothing, 5 people die. This is a bias because from a logical, outcome-based perspective, the best decision is the one that leads to the least amount of harm. So logically, you should pull the lever because you save 4 lives. Omission bias makes us irrationally choose the worst option of the two by not pulling the lever, just to avoid the emotional discomfort of feeling responsible for the one death. According to surveys, 75% of people said that they would pull the lever. So in this scenario, the majority of people would take the more rational approach and pull the lever, where 25% of people wouldn't and experience the omission bias. But there's actually a twist. There's a variation of the trolley problem called the footbridge dilemma that has the same stakes, the same trolley.
Okay, so the problem here is what they said is the more morally, and he misses another point with the omission bias. He said if you pull the lever, you save 4 lives. You don't save 4 lives. You don't save 4 lives. Because you net save 4 lives, but then you cost yourself your soul. Because remember, you as the speaker, you as the creator of the bias, aren't factoring in as a Catholic. My commandment does not say, thou shalt not allow people to die. That's not what my commandment says. My commandment says, thou shalt not murder. And if you tell me it says, thou shalt not kill, then you're reading the updated one. You need to go back to the original Greek. It says, thou shalt not murder. Well, if I pull the handle, I'm murdering that person. My action leads to their death. So you're gonna say there's 4 people saved because 5 didn't die, but 1 did die. Well, no, now 2 people have died because I've condemned myself to hell with a cardinal sin because I electedly to murder somebody. That's where it's difficult because, as you heard him say, we have 100 different biases, but they're not all biases. Some of these are bullshit creations that are great for psychological, and what they've done is they've taken psychological scenarios that are meant to evaluate people and they try to project them into a bias. I don't believe you're evil if you pull the handle. I don't believe you're evil if you don't pull the handle. I believe that you made at that time whatever your logic, your morality, like if I change the scenario, is it 5 of my family members and a random person? Now I'll pull the handle. Is it the president of the United States, the king of England, the president of France, Elon Musk and Bill Gates on one side and my daughter on the other? Sorry, I can't get to that handle fast enough. I better pull the handle twice just to make sure it worked. Because what you're doing is you're providing a blanket statement and saying, because I didn't pull the handle, I'm evil. You're telling me I have to value 5 lives over 1 life due to numerics. What if it is a 18-year-old pregnant woman and it's 5 95-year-old geriatric patients? Well, is 1 life equal to 1 life? I love the fact that a creator is trying to bring this in but he's presented it in such a bad way because he has applied his own personal bias. He used the word moral. Moral does not apply to the omission bias. Yeah, did we walk up to this experiment, or do we have a car that we can block the trolley with?
But wildly different results. Go check out part 2 to see what happens.
Okay, so this is a really, really, really big problem in society, and I'm identifying it as a really, really, really big problem. You're taking something, like, this is an example of you're taking something. Yeah, are the 5 death row prisoners? Grumpy old man, I'll twist it around. Are the 5 women that are the victims of sexual assault, and the one is the person who committed the sexual assaults? This is why we can't just take 200, 300 graduate level philosophical discussions, morality discussions, ethical discussions, and present them on TikTok. I need more information to make an informed decision. And that's what you do during the experiment. I don't know if you guys remember this. I did this bias experiment about 3 years ago, and random happens, Karthos joined the channel, and he was like, oh, this is the omission bias scenario. He knew what it was because he'd been presented with it. Some of these, when you learn about all the biases, you don't start with this one. You start with other ones and you gradually work up to these. There's confirmation bias. Confirmation bias is easy. Every fact I read as if it's supporting my position. How do you defeat confirmation bias? You evaluate every fact as if it's destroying your position. All the people that were like, Donald Trump, the Supreme Court ruled on Donald Trump's case. I know the Supreme Court can overturn convictions. Therefore, I believe Donald Trump's conviction was overturned. Interesting bias. It's not accurate, but it's interesting. I like the fact that people are doing that, but you know what I'd like to see? And I don't have the money or the skills to do this, but I would like to make a TikTok for smart people. Without brain rot. I'd like to have a TikTok without brain rot. It won't be as popular, but who put us in charge of the lever? Are there enough people not tied up to save the ones tied up? Right. Now you're thinking, I don't want to be confined to this false binary. The only thing you can do is pull the lever or not pull the lever. Cool. How the fuck did I get myself into this situation? And that'll teach me to have one more tequila before I walk home. You mean like believing the US military would transfer a 1 billion plus asset to a civilian for personal use? Yeah. Want to go something a little bit more political, and then I've got some other things.
This is one of the most...
I got a lot of things prepped for today. I'm really getting tired of people not understanding how the tax system works.
Does anyone else think about the fact that we are all at the mercy of the bottom 20% of taxes we all pay on our income and on our purchasing? They only exist to support the bottom 20%.
The taxes that we all pay only go to support the bottom 20%. Again, I drive on roads. I know I can call 911 and get the police here. I know I can call 911 and get the fire department. The ambulance. My kid is at school today. There are a lot of services that you pay for that get paid for out of your taxes.
15% of my taxes last year went to the military. That didn't go to poor people, that went to weapons companies and kids in Palestine.
First of all, there's no Palestine. There should be, but there's not. Second of all, that's not what your military money went to. Your military money went into a budget for the Department of Defense. And out of that budget at the Department of Defense, they paid for everybody's salary. They paid for every base that's in operation. They paid for all the dependents that needed medical care. After all of that, right? After all of that, did we drop some bombs on some places? Yes. But it didn't go to kill kids in Gaza. And everybody who gets mad at me, who sends me the derogatory shit, there is no Palestine. Stop believing there is. Because every time you say there's a Palestine, then why the fuck are you saying we need to support the creation of a Palestine? The sentence is, there's not a Palestine, and there should be. Because if we could get the sea of people to all say, and there should be, it would have to be taken notice. But as long as the first thing they have to say back to you is, you are aware there's not a Palestine, there's never been a Palestine, da-da-da-da-da, it takes it away from where the discussion point should be.
That went to paying companies thousands of dollars for single coffee cups and $150,000 for a single soap dispenser.
Okay. As I've said before on my show, yes, sometimes that happens. Yes, sometimes that's how it is billed out on paper. It is very rarely the case. Well, I have the records, I have the receipt. Yeah, and let me explain. When you have $134 million budget and you have to reconcile that, when you have $134 million of your budget has to be dispensed between September 10th and September 19th, no later than midnight, shit's going to get put into the system wrong. I acknowledge that it looks really bad on paper. I get it. It looks really, really bad on paper, but it's not accurate. It's not how it really is.
25% of my taxes went to Social Security, which isn't going to poor people, it's going to older people who already paid into the system when they were young.
Okay, no, 25% of your fucking taxes didn't go to Social Security. The people that paid into Social Security are paid out from the Social Security Trust. 6.25% goes to the trust fund, and then another percent and change goes to Medicare. If you're gonna make a rebuttal video about where your money goes, could you please, for the love of God, know where the fuck your money goes? Thanks.
30% of my taxes went to healthcare, which also
30% of your taxes didn't go to fucking healthcare.
doesn't go to poor people. It's going to the drug companies charging.
Wait, poor people? Hold on. You said 30% of your taxes went to healthcare, but poor people aren't getting healthcare. What is Medicaid? Yes, some of your money goes to poor people's healthcare. And guess what? That's a good fucking place for your tax money to go to. It's not a good place for your taxes to go to when you have people wasting it. But having an infrastructure to care for your citizenry is a good thing. It's a good thing. And we need to stop pretending like it's not.
People $100 for insulin when it's $10 in Canada. It's going to the insurance companies, which are worth $1.6 trillion, even though American lifespans are growing shorter. The problem isn't the bottom 20%, it's the companies that are making life harder and harder for more and more working Americans.
And while I don't disagree. See, that's the sentiment. I think we've stumbled upon a really big problem in this country. And here's the really, really big problem. The really big problem. You may know what you believe, but you have absolutely no earthly idea how to articulate it. And so when you know what you believe, but you have absolutely no idea how to articulate it, the responsible thing to do would be to say, I believe this. Am I right? And ask 10 people that you trust and see if you get 10 answers that are identical. And if you do, then you're in good shape. And if you don't, then you can ask, well, what questions should I be asking? As I've said, I absolutely do not attempt to how shall I say, question people when it comes to game design. I'll question the parts of game production that I know. Project management. I'll question that. But what I won't question is, if you tell me that we should be writing this in Python instead of C, I'm going to say, okay, am I in charge of making that decision, or are you in charge of making that decision? If they say, the speaker says, I'm in charge of it, say, cool, be able to justify it. If they say, Jalan is in charge of making that decision, I'm going to say, okay, hold up a second. Hold up, wait a minute. I'm gonna need some details. I'm gonna need some details from you. And if I have to make the decision, then we got to jam a little bit. If you say, well, I think that the best thing that we should do is we only have enough money to hire 20 employees, and I really think that we should hire 15 community managers, I'm going to look at you and I'm going to say, I don't give a fuck what your opinion is. That's the wrong answer, because we got to build the thing. We got to build a community before we manage it. We don't have a community. I could see maybe having a person that we hire that is a miscellaneous jack of all trades, master of none, who part of their job description is managing our community. And then we're going to hire 19 game developers and one person who's going to be dual-headed marketing and community management. Because I don't need to be a game developer to understand that what you just said doesn't make sense. I think it's cool that you, like, that guy looked like a doctor. I think it's cool you're a doctor, and I don't want to shit on you for that. But what I do want to shit on you for is, honest to God, man, could you please be honest? Could you please be legitimate? Why are you deliberately being disingenuous? I want to go back to something a little bit lighthearted, but a serious one when it comes to
think about the fact that we are all
what's fucked up with our country. And what I mean by that is, this country has lost its fucking mind in regards to how we conduct ourselves. I remember a long time ago, in a land far away, I would go to meetings, and we always had a rule: no meetings before 10 a.m. because everybody's got to come in, they got to lead by walking around, they gotta know what's going on. This lady makes a funny joke about it, but it's not really that absurd.
What's the earliest it's okay to schedule a meeting? And I'm not talking like we have to accommodate for multiple time zones, just like everyone's in the same time zone. What is the earliest time that it is appropriate to schedule a meeting? I had a meeting scheduled for 7:45. We are in the same time zone and they scheduled it for 7:45. In my humble opinion, that is jail territory. Okay, any meeting scheduled in the 7 o'clock a.m. hour, straight to jail. 8 o'clock hour, you better be serving me breakfast. Okay, I'm still caffeinating. I'm still powering up during the 8 o'clock hour. So unless you're feeding me, I don't want to talk to you. 9 o'clock if we have to. Okay, that is the earliest time that I find acceptable for you to go ahead and throw a meeting on my calendar. And if you're scheduling our meeting for 10 o'clock or later, thank you. You're my hero. Additionally, I don't want any meetings after 4. Okay, we can get everything we need to get done between 10 and 4. Those are my meeting hours. That's what I've got for you.
So this is a big one for me. This is a huge one, and it also goes to workplace culture. She sounds like the goddamn CEO, but no, she's not wrong, and here's why she's not wrong. I'll give you a great example. I don't like to go to meetings. I want to. Can we please end this meeting that should have been a goddamn phone call? This meeting should have been a phone call, and that's at best. This meeting should have been an email. I used to get into work at like 04:30 to do my job. Other officers were showing up for work at 9 o'clock after they'd gotten up, they'd gone to PT, they'd showered. Like, my PT was at the end of my day for a period of time because I had to get to the duty station, I had to do the job. Well, then they were putting meetings on my books later and later in the day. And I said, no, I'm not coming. I refuse. And they said, well, we need to know what's going on. Then get your ass to work earlier because you're getting here at 9. 9 is a fucking embarrassment. 9 is why the other branches of service laugh at the Air Force. 9, you want to come in at 9 after PT, leave at noon for lunch, be back at 1, and then you want to put a fucking meeting on the book at like 1:30, 1:45? No, I fucking refuse. I fucking refuse. I've been here since 4:30 in the AM. Around 30 minutes from my lunch. That makes it 5. I'm leaving this bitch at 1300. I'm up the fuck out this bitch at 1 p.m. If you need me, and I went to my boss and I said, this is bullshit. These are my work hours. This is when I'm working because this is bullshit. And so my boss is like, yeah, I set your work hours. I used to put on my calendar unavailable every fucking day, beginning at 1:15 or 1 o'clock, unavailable. I would get people calling me on my BlackBerry. Where are you? I don't work for you. And I didn't want to sound like a dick, but I'd be like, I don't work for you. What's up? And they'd be like, excuse me? I don't work for you. How can I help you? Well, I'm outside your office. I'm not in it. Well, where are you? Okay, we can play this game. I don't work for you. What do you need? Well, I need some help with this form that, I'm in my office between 9 and noon every single day. Before 9, I'm out on the flight line. I'm out at the pump house. I'm looking at pump vaults. I'm looking at vaults. I'm looking at fuel transfers. Looking at my guys filling up trucks. I'm doing a lot of things. I'm in my office between 9 and noon. And they're like, well, I really kind of need to do this in the afternoon. Well, then it's not my problem. Then find somebody whose problem it is. And it's not to sound like an asshole, but it's you need help filling out your form. I don't even know what fucking form it is because I don't have a form. This is what's gone wrong with our workplace culture. And maybe it's perspective and maybe it's bias. But Generation X doesn't have time for this bullshit. Boomers want to sit around and drink coffee and wait until 3:30 in the afternoon to do all their work. That's because boomers understand that if you suddenly show them you can get all the work done by noon, they only pay you till noon. You all know that boomer. If you have a job and you all know that fucking boomer. He comes in at 7 o'clock in the morning, You see him do work from 7 till about 9, and then he sits on his ass drinking coffee from 9 to 3:30. And then at 3:30, he gets up off his ass, he finishes his work for the day and goes home. He left 30 minutes of work. 4 to 5 is wrap up for the day. That is the power hour time to get the most important things done for the day that can't wait till the next work day. Maybe if you came in at 8, if I came in at 4:30, I'm already fucking home by 4 or 5 p.m. Did I see the ICE raids? If you don't know how to spell his name, that's one thing. But his name is either Newsom or Newsom with an E. I don't deal with name calling because name calling is childish. So if you believe his name is spelled Newscom, learn to spell his name, because that's not how his name is spelled. It is childish when we make fun of people and we do things to their names to make fun of them. It is childish. It means you don't have an argument. His name is Gavin Newsom. There's no C in his name. That's how you spell his name. Yeah. That's how you spell his name. So then I understand. You thought his name. Oh, you literally thought his name. Okay, then that's fine. That's okay. See, that's why I even threw it out there. I was like, this isn't your typical behavior. And here's the problem. Because some people couldn't spell it, and other people are rolling around. That's why I said, I like Tom MacDonald's music. I really do. I hate his most recent song. I hate his most recent song for a lot of reasons. A lot of his other music discusses problems. And if you are a Tom MacDonald fan, you know that in his song Rap God, he says, I don't do disses no more, because the last time homie got torched and ended up with a divorce. And then he goes after the governor of California. I get it, right? I get it. If you want to talk about political stuff, talk about the issues, not the people. But no, I did not see ICE raids at a rally. Let's find out. Oh. Border agents showed up in force at a Newsom rally. Border Patrol conducts LA Immigration Patrol operation outside event. U.S. Border Patrol agents were in Little Tokyo, where Newsom and Padilla and Schiff were speaking on California's redistricting plan. Yeah, they were outside the event. I want everybody here. Where's my political platform? I want everybody to realize, if you don't like me, if you don't understand me, here's my political platform. And I have an immigration line. Shit, I can't even get my hand up. Oh, the camera cuts off. I have an immigration line. The immigration line is real simple. I get it. Immigration is a spicy topic. Can we all agree there is nothing wrong with getting illegal aliens out of your country? Can we all agree that if you're suddenly ass hurt about it now, it's because you don't like the president? Biden deported illegal immigrants. Trump did the last time he was in office. Obama did it before that. No, criminals bad. Yes, criminals bad. Criminals bad. I agree with you. Entering the country is a criminal offense. All these people that keep talking about this bullshit that entering the country illegally isn't a criminal offense, they don't understand. You're literally flat wrong. Entering the country illegally is a criminal offense. And I'll get the actual law because it's in one of my papers. People are like, oh, all they can do is deport you. I want to remind people, if the penalty for your infraction is incarceration, then what you have committed is a criminal offense. And I can't believe in this country people don't know the law, so we have to fight about it and go back and forth. 8 U.S. Code 1325. Improper entry. Imprisoned not more than 6 months. If the penalty is incarceration, you have committed a criminal offense. There is no such thing for incarceration for a civil offense. Well, what about contempt of court? Contempt of court is a criminal offense. You get charged with it. Period. It's procedural. There is it is a thing. It is a criminal offense. People have got to stop seeing this word right there. And notice how I know what word they're going to go to. Twice the amount specified in the paragraph. In the case of an alien who is previously subject to a civil penalty. What is a civil penalty? Monetary. A civil penalty is a synonym for a monetary penalty. We have got to stop all the fucking people who don't get it. Yeah, the people that are standing there and they're told that they're facing up to 10 years in jail, and then they're like, is this a civil or criminal court? You're going to jail. People don't break into China because it's 5 years in jail but no trial. You peel garlic and potatoes with your teeth for the state to sell. Here's the reason. That's funny, but here's the truth of the matter. Why do people not break into China? Saudi Arabia, Oman, Iran. Because all of these countries, if there's too much, no, you're real, but here's the problem. If there's too much paperwork that day, they fucking shoot you. And I'm not joking. It is more paperwork for them to arrest you and detain you than it is for them to fill out the piece of paper about why they discharged their weapon. He was fleeing. Shot him. Signed. Now, if they're a Chinese national and that happens, that's different. I dare you to smuggle some fucking drugs into the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I dare you to. Get caught in Saudi Arabia crossing the border illegally with some drugs. You're gonna die. The question is, are they gonna shoot you or behead you? Oh my God, Saudi Arabia is so fucking backwards. They're so criminal. They're so barbaric. Okay, let me give you the opposite. Let me give you the other side of that equation. They're so criminal. They're so backwards. They're so barbaric. Do they have a fucking fentanyl crisis in their country? Because I don't think they do. I don't. Yeah, if they catch you with drugs in Saudi Arabia, you're gonna regret it for a very long time. Relative to your perspective, you're gonna regret this for the rest of your life. Both seconds of it. Here's the thing. I don't want all of their problem. China has an opioid problem. You are absolutely correct. China has an opioid problem. China also has a massive border that they can't patrol because some of it is through mountains. But you're right. I believe it's poppy, and a lot of it gets there. Well, a portion of it gets there from Afghanistan. You know, that wonderful drug country that we built for them, because for some odd reason people didn't understand what was going to happen when we did that. Yeah, that thing. Look, I think we need to stop the argument. There's no such thing as an illegal person on stolen land. Let me help you out. That's a cute slogan. That's a cute slogan. But there's no such thing as stolen land. If you really want to get into the discussion point, there's no such thing as stolen land. There's conquered land. Yeah, India and China don't like each other. Laos, Burma, they're problematic. You're absolutely right. You've got over by all that mountain range by Bangladesh, all there. So, and then you make your way up through the mountains into China, and what is China gonna do? Like, China could police it all. They could. They have the people, they have the money. I don't think people would enjoy that job. With that said, yeah, it's problematic. Absolutely. Why? Okay, I'm about to throw a computer out the window. I'm trying to do this. I have no idea. I changed my channel name and now I have no idea why my overlays don't work, and they're supposed to automatically update. Oh, they did. Okay, good. It's there. Perfect. Excellent. I'll finish the rest later. Yeah. But don't throw it out. People have got to understand. We cannot fix what's wrong with the country if we're spending all of our time worrying about illegal immigration. So here's my challenge to people. I don't want to treat them harshly. I want them to go the fuck away. I want them to come back. I want the migrant workers who pick the fruit to get paid better. I don't want to treat them like slaves. I want to treat the illegal aliens who come here like human fucking beings. We have a migrant worker program. If you're willing to come, it's not personal. It's not personal. And here's the worst part. You can't be illegal on stolen land. Why are you advocating for them to be held in wage slavery? Well, what do you mean? Why are you advocating for them to be held in wage slavery? I want migrant workers to be able to come to America, work their way up the coast, pick all the fruit, and then, here's the thing. I want them to, one, go home if that's what they want, or, and watch this fucking crazy shit, I want them to be able to settle here if that's what they want. I ain't saying I don't want them here. I just want them to have their own fucking paperwork. I want them to have their own fucking paperwork so that my fucking social security number doesn't have to be on lock for the rest of my life. Do you know how much ass pain I have to go through whenever I have to call in to an office that actually uses? We're talking about illegal immigrants and all these people that are protesting all the wrong shit. We shouldn't be kicking them out of the country. Yeah, I want to kick them out of the country for right now. Yeah, what the heck are we on about? Exactly. You know what would reduce prices? Less demand. You know what would reduce demand? Less population. You know what would reduce population? Immigration controls. You know what would happen when price goes down? Cost of living goes down. We have to be careful not to enter a severe recession. Exactly. That's the problem. For the people that are like, well, you can't be illegal on stolen land and we should be treating the illegal aliens with more respect. Hold on a second. Do you live next to about 30 of them? 40 of them? No? Oh, then why don't you politely shut the fuck up because you're not impacted by them? It's like Bernie Sanders. I heard a great phrase. I mean, I'd heard it in the past, but it'd been a while. Bernie Sanders said, somebody said about Bernie Sanders has never sweated a payroll. How can Bernie Sanders talk about the idea that a minimum wage doesn't affect businesses when he's never run a business? The problem is raising a minimum wage hurts small businesses because the owner's already living on an owner's draw. Let me go around and break open your door, sleep on your sofa, and eat your food. How's that sound? Where we need to put our focus is this. Get everybody. Hold on. Where's the political platform? So you guys don't think I'm quibbling? Oh, that's not it. You guys don't think I'm quibbling? What I want to do is I want to remove everybody who shouldn't be here. I want to fix all the systems that are needed to bring them in, and then I want to become a nation of legal immigrants. How does that sound? How does that sound? Now, does that necessarily mean we have to get everybody out that doesn't belong? No, we don't have to get them all out. We could process them properly, but at the same time, I kind of want to know how you got here. I kind of want to know how you're here. Some people are saying, it's a fucking travesty the way we're treating some of these people. They've lived here for 40 years and now we're kicking them out. Hold on a second, just so I'm clear. So the fact that they've lived here for 40 years illegally somehow validates them being here. So, and that's fine, but at what point do we draw the line? Because I want to draw the line at, if you're here illegally, period. If you came here illegally, period, I want them to deport you. But I'm willing to say, convince me of a threshold. If you've been here for 44 years, have you paid taxes all 44 of those years? So what you're saying is, your argument is I should let you be here because you've been leeching off the government for 44 years. Is that what you're saying? Because 10-word answers, I don't deal with 10-word answers. I want the next 10. Your son's gonna be reading all of them. Nice. And again, I'm not saying treat them less than people. I'm saying I'm smarter than Donald Trump. If I want to deal with the illegal immigrant problem, right, then the way I'm going to deal with the illegal immigrant problem is I'm going to get their cases through faster. And guess what? The video I showed on Wednesday where the lady was making the big deal about this person was here and then they revoked their citizenship. Yeah, the person was there, had lied on their application, got their citizenship revoked. Guess what? We're gonna speed run through some of these immigration ones. We have people that we already know they're going to be approved in 3 months. Why can't we have a judge assigned to say, yep, you're approved. What? How long is that hearing going to take? 60 seconds? Where is Juan Sanchez? I'm here. You're approved. Thank you. Pick up your paperwork with the clerk. It's going to take more time for the fucking clerks to do their job in that court than it is for the judge to say you're approved. Why don't we send all of the approvals to one judge? Why doesn't every judge get 1 week where they just get to be the approval judge? They get to feel good about it. You're approved, you're approved, you're approved, you're approved. Pay your taxes, pay your taxes, pay your taxes. Well, we'd be making them all citizens. No, the fuck we wouldn't. We'd be making them all legal tax-paying residents. Let's do that. Or just kill everybody who comes across the border illegally. Let's just become a dystopian country that builds a 40-foot wall across the whole fucking border, and we put a rifleman every 100 meters. And we'll back the border off a mile from the border. We'll build the wall a mile off the border. All the signs will be out there. You've illegally crossed into the United States. Like, if we're gonna live in stupid dystopian times, then let's just go full Monty. The shit that we're going through right now is stupid. People are arguing here. I'm gonna show you a great video, which is why I lost all faith.
What's the earliest it's okay to schedule
I've lost
a
all
meeting?
faith in protests.
And I'm not talking like
I've lost all my faith in the protesters. Just listen to this guy. It's number 17, right? What are we protesting? Now keep in mind, this person is at a protest.
What are we protesting today?
Donald Trump.
Well, what's Donald Trump doing that we're protesting?
Well, he is fucking up the American democracy right now and trying to kind of repeal a bunch of shit in the Constitution, like, you know, rights and liberties. So,
is there anything in specific that he's...
I don't have all the information, but I do know.
What are you against?
Personally, I'm against tyrants. I'm against tyranny. That's what I'm against.
What is that?
Somebody who's coming in and trying to take over the country and get rid of the rules and regulations that have existed for centuries to keep us citizens safe.
And who do you think is doing that?
Currently, Donald Trump and Elon Musk and all of his cabinet members.
Why Elon Musk, though?
The Department of Government Efficiency, he was put in charge of a department that doesn't even exist before this, and he's not even an American.
Who's not an American?
Elon Musk.
Okay,
He's from South Africa. I don't know if you knew that.
How do you feel about Donald Trump?
I think that he deserves to die.
Okay, hit me with this. Hit me with the Triple H shit right here, right? That's like my favorite phrase from the 90s. When people would have some bullshit, I just look at them and be like, I'm gonna hit you with the Triple H shit. First of all, if you're at a fucking protest and you can't tell me what you're protesting, get the fuck out of here. You're not allowed to protest. But the First Amendment right says, shut the fuck up about the First Amendment. You don't understand it. You don't understand how it was originally written. You don't understand how it was originally intended. The First Amendment, the way it was originally intended, and the way you know this is you can read the Federalist Papers. You can read the conversations between all the people that are writing the Constitution. If you're not familiar with the First Amendment, there's a comma that changed the entire meaning. I hate the fact that people, like, years later, they didn't understand the way the Constitution was assembled, right? Here's the Constitution. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. Congress shall make no law, and then we box this in right here. I'm sorry, I need red. We box this in. This is one thought, and I went over a really important word. Congress shall make no law respecting a religion, and there's a semicolon there. And the semicolon is fucking important because it tells you that all of that was one conjoined thought. Everything up to thereof is one conjoined thought. The next conjoined thought we know is a conjoined thought because it has the word or. It's a conjunction. Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or of the right of the people peaceably to assemble. Now, you skipped over it, like most people do. Abridging the freedom of speech or of the press. is a complete fucking idea because of that little bastard right there and that word. The right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for redress of grievances. It is not that you have the right to protest. It is not that you... I can't believe I gotta explain this to people, but assemble and gather are two different words. In England, it was against the king's law to gather in numbers greater than whatever the defined number was, because the king's local garrison couldn't put down a gathering of that number, because to gather isn't what you mean by the song "We Gather Together to Sing Our Lord's Praises." That's one type of gathering. The other type of gather from the era you would hear as the word rally. And what did you do when you rallied? You rallied your forces. You marshaled your forces. The point was, they didn't give a shit if the American writers of the Constitution, they didn't give a shit if you gathered. They gave a shit that you had the right to assemble and to petition the government for your redress of grievances. Hey, we're gonna gather because we're really against what you're doing. Oh shit, there's 500 of them outside. The problem we have is, what the fuck is your problem? Imagine this. Just imagine that we read the book, The Three Musketeers, and we remember when D'Artagnan went outside the gate and he literally stops an entire armed crowd by himself. Now, there's been a lot of versions, there's been a lot of rewrites. What is your complaint? The food the king is distributing is rotten. I will speak to the king. Go home. That was a redress of grievances. We're gathering because we're going to storm the palace because we ain't got nothing to eat. Yeah, I changed my name because I've branded to Jalan PGN everywhere now. I'm no longer trying to build a gaming network, and because I'm moving into more politics stuff, I'm going to be changing some stuff in the near future. With that said, I'm also going to be pulling the politics articles. ParadoxGaming.net will be the central website, but the way I've designed it is the Jalan webpage. The political articles will pull over there too, but in a different way. Now, with that said, if imagine I was king, do you think there'd be protests if I was king? Probably not. Would there be assemblies? Yeah. Why? Because there's going to be a group of people that don't like what I want. So you get 10,000 people together and you march on my edgelord house, because I would paint it black and red. And so you're chanting out there, and I'm trying to work. I'm trying to stream. I'm trying to do the fireside chat. And I'm like, what the fuck is all that noise? Oh, there's 10,000 people outside the gate. Well, what the fuck do they want? They're mad about the fact that you haven't addressed the fact that Diet Dr. Pepper really doesn't taste like regular Dr. Pepper. You fucking for real? That's what I got protesters out there for? Go outside, tell them their 5 leaders can come in and we'll have a quick conversation. We'll do this shit live. Be like, hey, what's the problem? You haven't done anything about this. Okay. Now, I'm about to show a video that shows how you can make somebody happy and you still haven't solved their problem. Okay. So what is it you're asking me to do? You want me to call Dr. Pepper and make them understand that Diet Dr. Pepper really doesn't taste like regular Dr. Pepper? Well, we want you to change it. Well, I can't change it. That's not something I can do. I can't change it. I can't order him to change it. But I am certainly willing to call the head of Dr. Pepper and say, hey, what's up? Can we make Diet Dr. Pepper taste a little bit more like regular Dr. Pepper? I'll do that for you. And then they're going to look at me and they're like, you're willing to do that for us? Yeah, I'm absolutely willing to do that for you. But now that I've addressed your grievances, I need you to break up your rally outside. Because now we're moving from a lawful gathering to an illegal protest. Can we do that? I'll show you the, it's Simon Sinek. Oh. What number was he today? Feel good after you were told no is number 12. Just listen to how you can run a business and make people happy, even if you don't satisfy their wants.
Customers talk about they have great service or bad service if they got what they want or didn't get what they want, right? But that's not true. I'll give you an example. Let's say I'm on a business trip and my work is done early and I want to go home to my family. I check the website, I see that there's flights available on the earlier flights, let's call it a day early. And so I call the airline and I say, hey, I'm done early. I'd really love to get home to my family. I see that you've got availability in the earlier flight. Can I get on that flight? And the agent says, I'm sorry, you have the wrong class of ticket. I can't change your flight. I'm happy to pay a fee. I'm happy to pay whatever it is. Please, can I get on that flight? I'm sorry, sir. I told you you have the wrong class of. You have the wrong class. I can't book you. You have the wrong status flight. There's nothing I can do. The computer won't let me do it. Okay. I now hate that airline. Right? Okay. Let's replay that. Okay. Same scenario. Hi, I'm done early. Love to go home. I see you have availability. Can I get on that flight? Sir, I want to get you home to your family. Here's the problem. Your ticket is the wrong class, and so the computer won't let me. But let me see what I can do. I really want to get you home to your family. Click, 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 click. That didn't work. Click, 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 click. That didn't work. Sir, let me talk to my supervisor. I'm determined to get you home to your family. Go away, come back. Sir, I talked to my supervisor. We've tried like 6 different things. There's nothing I can do. I am so sorry. I just cannot get you on that earlier flight. Don't worry. Thank you for trying. I now love that airline even though I didn't get what I want. And that's what it feels like when someone cares. It doesn't mean we always get what we want, but what we get is somebody who understands and cares about what we're trying to accomplish. That's considered good service.
That is exactly the problem with 99% of companies. 99% of companies are stonewall behind the no. We already knew the answer was no. I already knew the answer was no because at default, I can't show up to the airport a day early and even get in past security. But if I heard the person on the other end of the phone trying, that's the difference. Yeah, sounds like you at work, and why the customers you deal with love you, even though you can't solve their issue. Because, and this is where I say, the quality of the average product is so low. The quality of the average service is so low. You don't even have to try. In the modern era, you don't even really have to try to rise to the top. Yeah, it seems like people need to read How to Win Friends and Influence People. You absolutely, if you've never read this book, it's on my book list. How to Win Friends and Influence People. And I want you to realize this was written by Dale Carnegie. And it was fucking, it's old, but it's still so important. Now, some of it is, there's a How to Win Friends and Influence People in a Digital Age, because a lot of what Dale Carnegie talks about is how he wrote the letters. And remember, letters were a big investment back then. Letters have a cost. Email doesn't have a cost. And I have an example of this where spam emails are bullshit. And people aren't understanding why they're not successful. what you get is you get an email that looks a lot like this. And the email goes something like, Dear PGN Music, I hope you're doing well. I've been following your channel and really appreciate the creative work you do. I wanted to reach out because I recently came across a tool that can help streamline your video editing process, especially for content like yours. Good evening. I retired from marketing many years ago, but what I'll share with you is this. Not only is your cold email a bad strategy, it's one of the lowest effort emails I've received. Imagine you are me. I hope you're doing well. I've been following your channel and really appreciate the creative work you do. We both know that's bullshit. You don't appreciate my channel. You don't care about the creative work I do. If you read How to Win Friends and Influence People, Dale Carnegie actually tells you don't put that bullshit in it. I wanted to reach out because I recently came across a tool that can help you streamline your video editing process, especially for content like yours. What? You have a tool that can drop 10 to 20 tracks into a video editor, put a single 1920 by 1080 image and export it horizontally? That's my content. So exactly what can your tool do? You have a video editor, but you can't show me a picture? This is the low effort bullshit that I'm talking about. People got, like, my product works better than yours. Okay? My product will help you. No, it won't. Because you didn't learn the first fucking thing about my process. What the book Dale Carnegie wrote will tell you is don't assume you know anything about the other guy's process. Ask if you can come in for a meeting so he can explain the process. Half of people just want somebody to listen to them. Why are there so many Twitch streamers? Because they want to make money. Okay, then why are there so many Twitch streamers that aren't doing things that would help their profitability? Because they just want somebody to listen. They don't have anybody in their personal life to listen, so their viewership fills a personal hierarchy of needs. Having to write things so that I don't hurt people's feelings sucks. But you'll notice my political articles, I don't really give a fuck if I hurt your feelings. But my content creation articles, if you're like, Jalon's content creation article, he's like nice. He's like kind. Why? Because I have to be nice and I have to be kind to get the point across. How would you respond if an article you were reading told you you have no chance of making it? You wouldn't read the article. You would tell me I'm wrong. Even though the statistics say, like, and I want to remind people of this, I hover at about the top 1% of Twitch. If I have a good day, I'll pop into the 1%. I hover at right around like 1.25. Yeah, your instant reaction was fuck you. And you'd be right to have that instant reaction. Because if I say to you, you're probably never going to make any money doing this, fuck you. You don't know how good I am. Who's this motherfucker thinking that he can tell me? You're going to become defensive about it, as you should, because I don't know you and I don't know your content. But the problem is it doesn't matter who you are, and it doesn't matter what your content is, right? The trick is it's hard to finance your life. Yeah, you'd already be shut off. It doesn't matter if the rest of the information is the best in the universe. This is from this week's content creation article. Actually, I think those come out on Monday. When can I do this for a living? That is the wrong question to ask at the start. Most streamers never reach a living wage. This does not mean they are failing. It means this is not a guaranteed career path. Recent studies have shown that more than half of full-time content creators in the United States earn less than $44,000 per year, which falls below the national living wage threshold. On top of that, the top 1% of streamers control over 80% of the watch time. The vast majority of creators are left fighting over what little remains. If your primary motivation is money, your audience will feel it. That will hurt your content. Focus on building a community. Focus on doing the work you enjoy. If you stay consistent and deliver real value and build trust with your viewers, the income may eventually follow. Treat that as a result, not a goal. And that right there it took me a long time to write. Because what I really want to say to you is I really want to be Papa J, and I want to look at you and say, look, you can do this, but the odds are stacked against you. But if I say that, you're going to say, fuck you, this guy just doesn't want me to make it. And what I want to remind people is there was a slim period of time the brand was making a lot of money. And then I decided to stop following a game. And I lost 95% of my Twitch income. Now that game launches in like 4 days. So let me load up my guns. I'll probably do a 1-day comeback tour. Yeah, shifted focus, 100% on point. Now it's, I haven't told you you can't make it because I've said most streamers, most content creators. Ashes of Creation Alpha 2 Phase 3 finally is launching. Remember, I only was expecting their Alpha 2 and their Phase 3. So we'll take a look at that. And then once that happens, I have a feeling that what's going to happen is I'm going to be shutting down ashes101.com. Dogs smell fear. People smell bullshit. There have been several creators over the year that I stopped following specifically because of what I just said. Yeah. Remember the bathwater girl? Selling bathwater. Oh, no, not the bathwater girl. That I thought was funny. She was selling her bathwater. She actually wasn't selling her bathwater because by law, legally, she can't sell her bathwater. And she knew that. She was just she wasn't selling her bathwater. She was selling bathwater. She was selling water out of her bathtub. She never got in it. Because if she had gotten in it, she would have been charged with like a bunch of counts of bioterrorism. She just said, yeah, it's my bathwater. If you made $40K a year, I'd be homeless in Cali. Yep, absolutely. And absolutely. And here's where the really large rub comes in. If you made $40,000 a year where I live, you'd be living like a prince. If you made $40,000 a year where I live, it's fucking royalty level. But if you make 40,000, because down here we live great. It all matters on where you live. It all matters on your quality of life. At 18, you worked at a call center. They just acquired a sorority called. I did everything I could to get the internet back up. Found out I couldn't do anything until the acquisition was complete and the service switched over. 2 days later, a call from the same sorority. A reset on the modem after that, they were back online. In the background, 20-ish girls yelled out, "Thank you. Best day of my 18-year-old life. Wouldn't have gotten that if I hadn't tried my best to find alternatives." Yeah. Grumpy Old Man hits the thing that actually hurt. That actually hurt my heart, hurt my soul. Go tell your grandfather or your great-grandfather that you make $40K a year doing streaming. They'd be like, wow, that's freaking amazing. What else do you do? I encourage my children to do whatever they want to do. But what I encourage them in life is, that sounds great, What's going to put food on the table? My daughter, when she was Melly Umpkin, when she was little, not little, but when she was a tween and a preteen and an early teen, she was convinced she was going to be a professional singer. She was convinced of this. And I said, great. Where's your lyrics book? I don't have one. What songs have you written? I don't have one. Look, you sing better than average, but there's kids that are already producing songs younger than you, and they don't have any help from mom and dad. Where's your YouTube channel? Where's your TikTok channel? Where's your Instagram? Where's your hustle? Where's your blood? Where's your sweat? Where's your tears? What's she do now? She goes to college. The problem is, it's not, you don't want to shit on your kids' dreams. But when my kid tells me they want to go to college and major in philosophy, I am absolutely going to look at them and say, you know what the difference between a philosophy major and a large pizza is? And they'll say, what? And I'll say, a large pizza can feed a family of 4. By the way, that's not me shitting on you. We need philosophers. But what are you going to do with your philosophy degree that pays for your rent and pays for your car? The guy that was certain that the tax evasion thing is in tax evasion messaged me back, and I just want to be like, hey man, I'm glad that I'm glad that you think that, but you made content for me, so thanks. Some philosophy majors become educators. That's how they make it work. Yeah, here's how philosophy majors work, and this is what I hate about the higher education system. So you went to university, and nobody at that university told you that your philosophy bachelor's degree wasn't going to go anywhere in life. So what they do is they offer to pay for your master's if you'll teach the 100 level classes. So then you get your master's degree, and then they offer to get your PhD if you teach all the classes. So ultimately what you've done is you've joined the giant pyramid scheme when it comes to certain degrees. Test drive the dream and put it into practice. Exactly. Like, look, are there some people that are making philosophy degrees work? Yeah. Do most of them end up returning to education? Yeah. Does a single one of them ever say, hey guys, just so you know, you shouldn't get a philosophy degree, you ain't gonna be able to do shit with it. A philosophy as a second major? Cool, yeah. Critical thinking? Absolutely. I interviewed a guy for a position, and he walked in and he said, I said, you have a very interesting educational pyramid. And he says, what's interesting about it? I said, you have a doctorate in philosophy. And he said, yes. I said, you have an MBA focusing on project management. Yeah. And then you have undergraduate degrees in business management and philosophy. He said, yeah. I said, get me there. And he said, I thought philosophy was going to be something I could feed a family with, I could build on. But I had a parent that said, I need to be able to feed a family, pay a mortgage. So he listened. Realistically speaking, those two degrees don't complement each other. So he probably spent 5 years in college. I don't remember his resume, but he knew when he started to try to go get a job, what does a philosophy major do? They think critically. Well, who else thinks critically? Continuous process improvement people. So he got his degree in business management, got his MBA, CPI, and then when he had income, he went and got his doctorate in philosophy. What did he do on his own? He philosophicalized. What did he do for money? He did CPI events. Yeah. You like history and you want to get a degree. Wonderful. How are you going to translate that into making a living? Politics, intelligence? I'm sure there's other fields you could leverage that. Exactly. So, I'll tell you, I won't say never. I shouldn't say never. I have a degree in education that I needed for jobs exactly 0 days of my life. I got my master's degree in education on Sunday. I left for basic training on Tuesday. When I got back from basic training in tech school as a reservist, the jobs I got never needed my master's degree. I've never actually worked where I needed the master's degree. But the master's degree was great for being able to do things like, and I'm not even joking, how do I write video game guides? Oh, why don't I just break it down the same way with the master's degree? What are we trying to teach? That's why my guides are different than other people's. My guides are in depth. My guides are thorough. My guide isn't do this. My guide is do this because this is why you do it, but also so these 7 other things. Some people are like, I just want the 30-second answer. Okay. I used to get upset because my guides weren't doing better. Like, why can't I grow? Why can't I grow? And then I realized it's because I'm not what the young generation wants. I'm not going to give you the answer in 15 seconds because I want you to understand it. But the nice part was, this was a post I got for a guide I wrote, or a guide video I did. And this right here, it does, to me, after this, it doesn't matter if the video gets another view at all. Easily the most comprehensive guide I've ever watched on this subject, and I've watched a lot. That's it. This person says, I used to fuse every single fragment I found and wasted StarCron on stupid things. This is where I can be happy with that tweet or that comment because I don't have to live off this money. Right now, computer science is like that. You know what's the difference between a fresh computer science graduate and a large pizza is? Yeah. And right now, what's even worse is there's a lot of degrees that are going to go completely out the window. For example, I changed my Twitch channel name this morning, and I did it because I said, you know what? I'm going to be building like 4 other projects out in the next couple of weeks. And I don't want to have to double back later. Since the other projects are still scratch, let me change it now. When I loaded the show, you saw that there was no Twitch chat over there, and then my feature chat bot wasn't working. Zencoder fixed the feature chat server, the 300 local, the 3,000 localhost server that runs while I was streaming. The AI bot fixed everything. HTML guys, you're gonna be shit out of luck here pretty soon. The ones that can do the more complicated things, they'll be safe. But the low-level guys, if you know somebody getting their degree in website design, better tell them to fucking double major. Do I have public orders for degrees? What do you mean public orders? We have honor societies, but I'm not 100% certain what you mean by public orders. Let's see. I'm going to talk about this one since we're kind of here anyway. I'm not making fun of this girl. If anybody thinks that I'm ever making fun of people that I show their videos on, I'm not making fun of this person. I'm making fun of the society that produced this person.
I'm sitting in a Target parking lot right now because I needed a break from school. I'm exhausted already and I've had 1 day of classes. The reason that I dropped out is because I kept asking myself, is it worth going through all of this mental pain to get my degree? I have to keep telling myself this time, yeah, it is. I'm so frustrated with the fact that college is so complicated. I'm sitting.
The fuck you mean? The fuck are you on about? Yes, you're asking the right question. Yeah, I listen and I don't judge. The problem is I do judge. Oh, yeah, I'll loop back to that. What's she gonna do in a job? Okay. Your college is so complicated. If college is complicated, you didn't think this shit through too good. And I know I come off like an asshole, but the motivation behind it is this. I don't remember exactly what the full quote is, but I enough of the quote that I remember is, if it doesn't move you, if it doesn't make you cry, it's not your why. There are people that go to college because somebody else told them to go to college. Why are you a meat puppet? And I'm not trying to be rude, but if you went to college because somebody else told you to, you're a fucking meat puppet. Yeah, she's majoring in misses. That, unfortunately. Yeah, a lot of people were meat puppets. Here's the thing. A lot of people that meet me, they say stupid shit and they get offended by how I respond to them. And there are days that I say shit and you'll notice that I'll be like, hold on. Let me fix that. Let President Jalan revise his last statement. If you're not in college for a reason, why is college so complicated? At the end of the day, it's not. You were too. You wasted thousands on 2 years of college without a plan. Theoretically, I wasted tens of thousands of dollars on college. I love the fact that I went. I love the fact that I had the opportunity to go, but I didn't go to law school. Now, have I excelled at jobs I've had? Because I've had bosses that have said, we need Jalan on this project because his research skills are second to none. Yeah. I've had jobs where I've done work 2 or 3 pay grades above my rank because of the skill set I have. And that's not a brag. It's not a boast. If you know anything about college, history majors and political science majors do more research than any other fucking field. Archaeology majors go out into the field and have a much better time. Cultural anthropology, they travel to other places and they study abroad more. English literature, in world literature, they do a lot of research, but only in one part of the library. History majors are all over the place. And political scientists are all over the place, and very little of those two Venn diagrams overlap nicely. Fucking, it's not, I'm not bragging about being a history major because I'm better than anybody. We do different shit. Where do you find the math majors? In the math fucking labs. Why? Because normally the math wing has its own library of math books. Because one, why not have the math wing have the fucking math books in it? Because nobody else needs them. Nobody else needs those books. Put that shit over where they need it. Like biology majors, anatomy and physiology majors. They fucking know the human body inside out. I'm gonna not bullshit you. I hate science class. I love science. I hate science class. I took fucking environmental science. I was not about to waste my fucking time. I don't even remember the other science I took. And when I say this, I literally don't remember the other science I took. I have to look it up. I don't remember. Nutrition. My other science was nutrition. I took biology 207, nutrition. And I'm not going to lie to you, because I don't lie to my audience. I took nutrition, biology 207. I remember that semester. I took that class because the girl with the big titties asked me to. She knew I needed a science class, so she asked me to take nutrition. I knew where it was. I knew it was in the spring of '99. And I remember her name. And I remember her titties. I remember all the important parts. I don't remember a fucking thing about nutrition other than, like, right now I can't tell you. But if we get into a conversation, then I'll be like, people like, when I got into the military, they saw my meals, my meal prep, my macros, all these things. That's why, if you've seen the TikTok creator, Scotty, with the big fucking amazing mustache, he starts talking about stuff and I'm like, just second nature. Yep. My brain's like, yep. College is a waste unless you're there for a reason. If you're stressed out on day one, then go slower. If you're stressed out in college on day one, Papa J is going to tell you you don't need to be in college. Yeah, the Ides of March. All right. But yeah, we're living in a world like the fuck you on about. The fuck you on about that school is hard.
I'm sitting in a
Now,
Target.
I sent this video to the stripper daughter. This is the school reform I want to see.
Tom has 5 apples, and he gives 3 apples to Sarah. How many apples does Tom have left?
I don't know, Mom, like 9?
Do you want to die today? Look, these fruit snacks represent how many apples Tom has. If Tom gives 3 apples to Sarah, how many apples does Tom have left?
There's still 5 on the table, so 5.
Now how many is there?
2?
Good! Right, let's forget about the fruit snacks now and go back to your homework. Tom has 5 apples and he gives 3 apples to Sarah. How many apples does Tom have left?
Mom, I don't know.
Go to your room. Go to your room! You are grounded! What is wrong with you? And we're getting you tested for Down syndrome first thing Monday morning.
I'm sorry. I had to leave the room because that one makes me laugh too much. But that is, I'm sorry. You know, what the world we're living in now is the parent would be like, oh, it's okay, honey. Let me go up to the school and yell at the teacher. Hold on. The problem is that's not bad parenting. It's bad parenting if it's the first time you were that dad. I was that dad. In fact, I showed that to my daughter, and then I went in and I showed it to my wife, and I said, when was this recorded in our house? Yeah, I go to the teacher and I ask, what the fuck is my kid doing in your class? And I'm sorry, but I'm also the parent. What is my kid doing in your class? Your kid is fucking about. No problem. We'll solve that shit tomorrow. What time does the period start that my daughter has class with you? Well, she's in my class that starts at 10:25. No problem. I'll be here tomorrow. 10:40, 10:50, 10:35, I get to the school, check in, get the pass, put it on my shirt, walk to the teacher's class. When the bell rings and the kids start changing classes, I just wave to the teacher, I go and I sit in the back of the class. My kid walks in, I'm sitting in the back of the class. What's up? Look, man, I ain't trying to embarrass you, but apparently you acting a fucking clown in class. So it's that movie. I never did this to my kids, but I swear to God, after seeing the movie, I sure as shit won. Does anybody know what 47 times 19 is? My kid does. I don't know. Well, you better figure stuff out. Because that's what I send you here for. I send you here to sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up and take out a notebook and engage in your education. Your job is my kid while I'm paying your roof, your walls, your clothes, your shoes, your hot water, your lights, all that shit, quality of life. Your job is to go fetch me A's. Your job is to come home and hold me to task as your parent. Dad, I did not understand the science today. Great, let's learn it together. Fuck is this shit? People tell you back in during COVID, I will never ever pretend that I'm smarter than I am. I will never do that. My daughter, I used to stream at night on Wednesdays. My daughter messaged me on Discord and she's like, when you're done with your show, I need help with chemistry. And I said, chemistry is just math. Send it to me because it's been a minute. She sent it to me. It was on moles. Now I haven't fucking touched moles ever. I graduated junior year chemistry. I took it as a sophomore, but I graduated junior year chemistry. That was the last fucking time I took chemistry. The people in my community, I was like, okay, motherfuckers. I was just screenshotting her homework, and I was like, and I said, hey, Melly Umpkin, get in my fucking chat. And she got in the chat, and then my community was typing out how to do it. It takes a village to raise an idiot. I mean, a child. I don't know the answer. I don't know the fucking answer. And I'm not ashamed to admit that. Yeah, we went 2 hours long that night. And people are like, well, why don't you know this? Why the fuck would I know this? I am a social science guy. Is the closest I get out of social sciences to science is nutrition, anatomy, physiology, biomedical technology. I fucking don't know. I don't know. And that's what's wrong with things. You've got COVID. Kids can't talk to their chemistry teacher, so they're learning it. My kid literally had a question, but then the only way my kid can get help is in class, has to bring up to the teacher. I don't know. The way we educate kids is so terrible. Now, I saw what Grumpy Old Man said. Do you feel powerless? Knowledge is power. Go get that power. But the problem is we have turned into a society where in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s and the early 90s, they used to fucking... Yeah, what's a mole in regards to science? You're dumb, man. Why are you so fucking stupid? Why aren't you ever going to be successful? Oh wait, he is successful. In the 80s, in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, and the early 90s, the schools used to make fun of the dumb kids. Now we make fun of the smart kids. Can somebody answer, and I mean this, somebody from the Western world, because Asia doesn't do this shit. Somebody from the Western world explain to me why our society mocks intelligence. There's a comedian who does the joke, and he says the difference between an Asian family, an Asian dad, and a Western dad. A Western dad, when his kids are heading off to school, like the night before, he's like, okay, well, tomorrow's the first day at school. I won't be here when you leave. I'll be at work. But you go and you have fun and you do your best. In an Asian family, tomorrow is the most important day. If you get 1 B, I will kill you. What the fuck do those motherfuckers get? A's. Why? Because it's not about the pat on the back and do your best and have fun. It's the most important day. If you get a B, I'll fucking kill you. And that's not to say you can relate. There you go. As an Asian, I can relate to this on a spiritual level. As an Asian, I'm willing to bet that your academics were all academics. There wasn't any bullshit drama, critical thinking of Taylor Swift songs. It was from a very you're taught shame, honor, and respect. But you know what they're not taught? They're taught shame, honor, and respect. What do Americans teach? Pride. Pride in what? Pride in whatever ridiculous fucked up piece of shit thing I believe in. I have pride in my radical narrative. We wonder why other countries laugh at us. Yeah, you make your family look bad, you don't come home. Why is the Asian kid so quiet in class? Because he doesn't like you. Because your very nature to him is offensive. Because you in casual conversation just said, my whole bag of a mother took away my phone, and that Asian kid is literally like, everything about you is offensive. And it's not the fact that he's an Asian kid. Now let's drop the Asian off of it. It's about you have a culture, and I'm not saying that no American families do this. A lot of them do. But you have a family who's respect, honor, pride. Like, this is what you do. This is what you don't do. And then you've got a kid that called their mom a hoe bag. If a preteen or a teen calls their mom a hoe bag, you already know where that person's going to end up in life. Stripper, Mrs., teen pregnant mom. It's not a big fucking surprise what's going on. And it's sad. Also, this is going to be a big one for my military peeps. I'm going to switch to this one, number 8. This guy is going to go to jail on so many fucking levels.
I am Chief Warrant Officer 2, Duncan J. Searcy. The intended audience of this video is Congress.
Stop. Number 1, you're in your motherfucking uniform. Number 2, you just said your intended audience is Congress. Look, motherfucker, you have rank here. The people that their audience is Congress is here. Oh, it gets worse, grumpy old man.
And I claim whistleblower status in accordance with Title 10 U.S. Code 1034. I understand that making this video in my uniform is a very serious decision.
It's not a serious decision, motherfucker. It's a crime. You are committing a crime. Now, people are going to say, what crime is he committing? He's violating, at a minimum, 2 DOD directives and 1 Army manual. For those of you that never served, every single regulation published about you, Air Force regulation, AFI 36, doesn't matter the rest of the numbers, you have to know it. You have to follow it. But I've never read it. I've never been presented it. It doesn't matter. Is it in rotation? Then it applies to you.
For the past 4 years, I have tried to rectify my situation the correct way through my chain of command. I have submitted an Inspector General complaint. I have attempted a resolution through my Congressman, Burgess Owens. I have lost faith in my entire chain of command, including the Adjutant General Boyack, who has lied on an official memorandum sent to my Congressman. My Commander-in-Chief, Governor Cox, who signed off on the COVID-19 policies.
Hold on a second. Did you just say your commander-in-chief is an adjunct general and a governor? Why the fuck are you addressing Congress then, numbnuts? You're addressing the wrong fucking people. You're guard. You're not active duty. The top of your food chain ends at your governor.
In 2021, for which my career is being destroyed, currently stands accused of election interference by his opponent, Phil Lyman. This video is not intended to be insubordinate, but I am demanding accountability from my leaders.
This video is not intended to be insubordinate, but I'm about to be fucking insubordinate because you never, the motherfuck ever, ever have the right to demand anything of your leaders. And you know that because you're in the fucking army and you're more than just an enlisted.
I joined the military in 2017 and became an Apache pilot for the Utah Army National Guard. I deployed with my unit to Afghanistan in 2020. Shortly after returning home, all soldiers in the military were ordered to take an EUA, Emergency Use Authorization, COVID-19 vaccine, as mandating experimental treatments goes against Title 10 U.S. Code 1107.
It wasn't an experimental treatment, dumbass. It was authorized. It wasn't experimental. It had been in development for 25 fucking years by and in conjunction with the Department of Defense, because we have to have a fucking inoculation against SARS and MERS. But let's move on.
I simply refused the order. They attempted coercion, bribery, and threats to try to get me to take it. In April of 2021, I was grounded and no longer allowed to fly. I'm going to jump with that. I'm going to jump on that. Ready? When you, as an IDO, as an installation deployment officer, I was one of the two people that determined your fitness for service as a base-wide level. I mean, your unit does it, but the other person, because he's an Apache pilot, the other person that determines his fitness for service is his flight doc. Having all of your inoculations, as dumb as it may sound, and as much as you may disagree with it, having all of your inoculations is a requirement to maintain flight status. Again, I don't agree with it, but my rank, which I outranked him by 6 steps, my rank did not allow me to question shit. Who the fuck are you? Who are you to be questioning shit? Also refused to participate in the EUA COVID-19 testing, so then they shut off my pay and took away my benefits. I was required.
No. You refused to be medically compliant with a lawful order. Because you were not compliant with a lawful order, you decided to turn off your pay. You decided to turn off your benefits.
Required to miss my civilian employment and drill with my unit with no pay on multiple occasions as ordered by Colonel Noe Vasquez, which caused me even greater financial hardship.
Now, for those of you that aren't aware of this, he is not the only person that ever has to do this. There is, as a reservist or a guardsman, that's where you'll hear no pay, no points. But you still have to show up to work. Why? Because you need a piece of training, or you need this and you need that, and it's your own fault that you didn't get it.
I defaulted on my military retirement loan because I no longer had the funds to pay what I owed. Your military retirement loan, who fucking cares? You can't pay for that with just your guard pay anyway. Forced to drop out of my local university where I was studying to become a pilot for the airlines because they turned off my educational benefits.
Of course, you are in non-pay status because you have decided that you don't want to follow lawful orders. I am not saying you have to roll up your sleeve and let them jab you in the arm. I'm not saying that. That's not my perspective. My perspective is you've made a choice. And your choice is what you do or do not want. Oh, don't worry. This is already reported.
Around this time, I was also going through a devastating separation and divorce with my spouse.
Which is, we don't give a shit.
My mental health and finances were a mess, and I was forced to move myself and my 2 small children into my parents' unfinished basement, where we still reside today. At a time when I needed my brotherhood for support, I was ostracized, labeled.
Hold on. In a time that you needed your brotherhood for support, you were fucking busy going every other which motherfucking way, filing complaints, IG inspections, elevating it up through the chain of command. And at each and every time you elevated that up through the chain of command, your chain of command would have already briefed the next 2 steps above them, because that's what the fuck we do. It's so that what we can do is we can say, hey, this guy has a problem. This guy has a complaint. So what we're going to do is we're going to speed run everybody's ability to answer him.
And discarded. And no, I'm not starting a GoFundMe. My pride doesn't allow for me to accept charity. I will make my own way. What I want is a pound of flesh. I want accountability.
You just literally sandbagged not only yourself, you fucking dipshit. You sandbagged everybody else that comes behind you and tries to use the system, because what you've said is that you want a pound of flesh. Now, the problem here is that nobody did wrong by you except you. Everybody was given a choice, just in case you're not military. Everyone was given a choice. Do you want to take this immunization or do you not? But as you can hear him say, he did not want, but he wanted to keep his benefits and he wanted to keep his pay. You know what? I didn't particularly want to fucking PCS all the times that I did. You know what I did? I shut the fuck up and I PCS'd because that's what I'm supposed to do.
The vaccine mandate for military members was correctly rescinded, and because they could no longer kick me out of the military for that, they shifted their focus to kick me out for mental health issues.
Which you've literally, in this fucking video, you have admitted to. You have admitted. Now, first of all, so everyone's aware, he's not correct. He's not correct. What he said was, they can't kick me out. They rescinded the order. Well, he's not correct. Just because they rescinded an order doesn't mean the lawful wasn't order at the time. To the best of my knowledge, and I'm not active duty and I'm not a commander anymore, so I don't keep up with all the nitty-gritty details. To the best of my knowledge, they rescinded the order, but they didn't retroactively say that the order was unlawful. To the best of my knowledge. Now, if it did, I always like to foot stomp. I'm not saying it was. I'm saying to the best of my knowledge, at the time, the order was lawful. But they gave people the right to refuse it.
Dead. But my individual situation within the military is just a small symptom of a big sickness that affects all of us. We are currently ruled by a
Yeah, unfortunately, the way my videos play, we can't get back on task with him. But here's what I have to say about that fucking clown. Because I've had people go over me, and I don't care. I don't care if people go over me. I have gone all the way up to fucking Congress before. It takes time. It's not something that you decide on fucking Tuesday. But what you're saying is every single person above me is wrong and I'm right. There are lots of orders that I was given that I don't agree with. There are lots of orders I was given that I thought sucked ass. I had to get a shot for a fucking condition that I already have natural immunity to. But guess what? The book says I have to get the shot, so I get the shot. That's fine. All I said to him was, you know I don't need this shot, right? Everybody needs it. You know that I'm immune to smallpox because I had cowpox, right? They're like, what do you mean? Well, it worries me that a medical officer doesn't know that, but moving on. I have natural immunity to smallpox because I've already had. Right? Let's move on. Why the fuck do we live in a society that people think they can do this? You know what this is a classic example of? Somebody didn't get spanked as a child and they demonstrated bad behavior. And then I don't like what you're saying, so mom tells you no, so you go ask dad. Dad tells you no, so you call grandma. Grandma tells you no, so you call grandpa. Guess what, man? Eventually you might have to consider that if your immediate supervisor said you're wrong, and your supervisor said you're wrong, and the guy above him on the base said you're wrong, and the base commander said you're wrong, and the IG said you're wrong, and the adjunct general said you're wrong, and the governor says you're wrong, guess what? Fucking surprise, surprise, you're wrong. Now, am I saying that he should have just conceded and taken the shot? No, I'm not saying that. He should have separated from the service. But he wanted his... Isn't it really bad to go above your supervisor? Okay. No. Yes. You better do it 4646. It is not bad to go above your supervisor as long as you've gone to your supervisor. If you say to your supervisor, I disagree with you for these reasons, I'm going to go above you, your supervisor will say, no problem. I'll even walk you to my boss. But, and I had this happen as a flight commander, I had an open door policy. And I told everybody, I maintain an open door policy. You may come to me with any issue at any time. However, I have immediate questions I am going to ask you. And the only time you should be jumping your chain of command is if I am the lowest level you can come to and you're reporting a crime. And I have had that situation. I've been in that situation as a flight commander. Took over a flight that had a lot of people that were in the BDOC in detainment, and they were facing court-martials. And then more stuff came out. And all I would ever remind people was, am I the lowest level you can come to? And the one day the girl told me yes. She's like, you are absolutely the lowest level. And I was like, so just to clarify, you're about to accuse my superintendent of a crime. Just so we're all on the same page. I want to get you to the right person. If I'm the right person, I will take your complaint. But you're saying what you're about to tell me implicates my superintendent as well. The first sergeant wouldn't be the next spot if my superintendent is involved. Because my superintendent is the highest enlisted in the flight, and as the flight commander, I'm next. The first sergeant would be a lateral to me. You could go to the first sergeant, but the first sergeant isn't a requirement to go to unless it wasn't my superintendent. But you can, let me back up. Anybody can always go to the first sergeant. They can go directly to the first sergeant. Well, what the first sergeant's going to do is walk your lost ass to where you need to go. Like if you go to the first sergeant, you're like, first sergeant, I need to report this. I don't know where to go. He'll get you there. But I've had people come to me and they're like, I need to report something to you. And then they tell me and I'm like, and I kind of was a dick sometimes because of these younger kids. And I just start yelling names. Senior Master Sergeant, Master Sergeant, Master Sergeant. All these people showing up in my office. Be like, are you aware of da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da? No. Oh, you're lost. This individual just told me that you all are aware. You're clearly not aware. And it sucks, but that's called military discipline. That's called good order and discipline. Would I ever do that in the civilian world? Abso-fucking-lutely not. Would I ever do it with a civilian? Probably never would have. I can't say that I wouldn't have. I was never faced with the scenario. But good order and discipline means, number one, I know my lane, and that means I don't jump in their shit. That's their shit. I want to jump in it. But this guy, he has been making TikToks back and forth. 6. Why is 6 afraid of 7? Because 7, 8, 9. the trick here is this guy's been making TikToks, and he's gonna be the guy that goes to jail because each time he makes a TikTok in uniform. Now, I'm gonna show you the way you can make a TikTok. If you want to be as loud and as pissed off as you want, there is a way to do it. And here's how you do it.
I stand here today deeply appalled at what I see my comrades doing across this country and now across our state. All members of the armed services took an oath, and when I took that oath, I meant it. I swore to support and defend the Constitution of the United States from both threats for...
You mean enemies, not threats. I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I will obey the orders of the president and the orders of the officers appointed over me. If you're enlisted, officers make no such oath. This is how you do it, though. I don't have to agree with a single thing he's ranting about. But I say, good job, brother. Good job. Because if I don't agree with what you're saying, I don't agree. I don't have to agree. I'm going to disagree where you don't even know your fucking oath, because it doesn't say threats. Because if the oath of office said against all threats, we would have a problem. Every military officer right now would be in a really shitty predicament if your oath of office said threats to the Constitution, because Donald Trump is a threat to the Constitution. But then they'd fucking have to be up at Congress because they're all a threat to the Constitution.
And domestic. Foreign and domestic. We swore to follow all legal orders and not to follow illegal orders.
No. That's not in your oath. You didn't swear to not follow illegal orders. That's in your training.
As a matter of fact, all soldiers have a moral and legal obligation to deny illegal orders.
Okay, but here's the problem, and where I applaud the guy, I do like what you said, though. It's not really convincing when you see somebody reading off their phone. You don't feel it. You don't feel it. How would you feel if all of my show all day, every day was me reading off a teleprompter? I refer to notes because there's not a lot of people that can memorize 4 hours worth of presentation. But you're trying to tell me that I have to feel the order is illegal, or I'm sorry, immoral, because there could never be a discussion on whether or not the order is illegal. Are illegal orders obvious? How would someone know? Great question. Great question. You get a lot of training throughout your military career. The higher up you go, the more training you have on if orders are legal or illegal. Most of the time, anybody lower than the rank of E9 is going to really struggle unless it's a blatantly illegal order. I want you to go into that room and I want you to shoot him in the head. That's probably illegal. I want you to take this $2 million piece of equipment and put it in the trunk of my car. I need you to sign for it. Oh no, I'm not signing for it. I gotta log it out in the system. No, you're not logging it out in the system. You're just, that's probably illegal. Because the lower enlisted don't interpret legality. They interpret 99% of what they're going to say is it's against regulation, and they're going to be able to say it's against regulation because the regulation states da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Officers are the ones, for the most part, who are going to be saying things are illegal. And it's not like every single thing is no, that's illegal. I had a boss who saw a balance sheet and he didn't, not a boss's boss saw that we had about $100 and some odd million in a column, And then he's like, I need you to spend that money on this problem. And I said, I can't, that would be illegal. And he's like, why? And I said, because it's colors of money. I said, I can't spend that color money on anything other than war funds, war reserve material. It's acquisition money, and it's not even acquisition money. It's acquisition money for specific things. It's probably illegal. It could be legal. If you're a first tier operator and the dude in the room is an enemy combatant with hostages, it's probably a legal order. Right, exactly. It's probably illegal, but exactly, because all I said was go into the room and kill that person. Go into that person and kill the person. Go into that room and kill that person, and they're in handcuffs. Well, that's always illegal. Oh, wait. It's not always illegal. What do you mean? We're 200 miles in front of the front, and I don't have time to take you prisoner. Guess what? If my orders tell me that I have X field command, then you're getting a field trial. There is no jury. I don't have to. You're a threat. I just watched you collaborating with the enemy. I'm shooting you in the head, taking your dog tags and reporting you as mutinous insurrection. But he was in handcuffs. Well, of course he was in handcuffs. We'd already detained him. So there's never anything that's going to always be illegal. However, most of the time it's going to be. Yeah, you were trying to give our position away deliberately. Now, we're 2 miles from the front. Hey, take this piece of shit, 3 Humvee column him back, and let the general know what happened. And then double time your ass back here. But we're 200 miles in the middle of nowhere? No, you're getting shot in the head. Sorry. So there's nothing that's always... There's always going to be nuance. But that's not for people at that level to decide. That's at the top of the food chain to decide. And as you said, though, if you interpret it as an illegal order, you're going to suffer the consequences of disobeying an order from people that are going to make the determination. You don't get to determine if it was illegal or legal. If you refuse an order, you're going to have to defend your position. And if you fail your defense of that position, the consequences are yours.
Let me be clear. No one is illegal, especially in America.
Okay, there goes your career right there, buddy. Because that is not your decision to make. That is not your decision. Unless you are the judge advocate general, that is not your decision. They have been deemed illegal. They have been... You said you were going to uphold and defend the Constitution and all subsequent laws. I'm not saying you can't have a personal opinion of this sucks, I wish I didn't have to do it. Not saying you can't, but you don't get to determine that. All right, that's a great question, and that's such a great question. I'm gonna pop this one up on the screen because this is a great question. This is a great question. If you followed an order and it turns out later it was illegal, are you always fucked? Or is 100% of the responsibility on the guy giving the order? And that is such a great question. As a company grade officer, this was one of the most important pieces of continuing education I got. Because as a company grade officer, I was really the last level of officer oath before that order went down to the people who have a different oath of office. If I give you an order and you can't articulate why it's illegal or immoral, and remember, you can object to the order on moral grounds, which is always the better way for the enlisted to go. This doesn't feel right. It didn't feel right that we blew up the only bridge into a town. Now it's not a matter of was it legal or not. It didn't feel right. I didn't do it because it didn't feel right. But if you follow an order, your rank is going to be considered as to should you have known better. Should the E3s have known better that we can't fire mortars into a populated area? No, they shouldn't have known better. Because what's an E3 been taught? To follow the directions of their squad leader. We haven't taught the E3 yet what are good orders and what are bad orders. Well, what about the E4 squad leader? He hasn't been taught that yet unless he's been to NCO training. So what about the E5 that gave the order? He knows better. So they're gonna look at it like, well, we haven't taught them we haven't taught them. Now, if they've been given specific training, rules of engagement, oh shit. So, yeah, now they know it. We don't fire into crowds of innocent civilians. Do this. Sir, this doesn't seem right. I don't care what your opinion is. I do what you're told. Yes, sir. Probably going to be exonerated. Right. Sir, I object to this on moral orders. Your objection is noted. Do it anyway.
Migration is not a crime. Seeking refuge is not an act of violence. Locking people up for it is.
No, it's not. Technically, everything you said is wrong because it is a crime. There's a law. Again, the fact of the matter is there is a law that makes illegal immigration illegal, and it's criminally illegal because the terms come with incarceration. Just because I repeat it doesn't mean I agree with it. But the problem is, you have to admit the law is the law if you're going to say this is an illegal law. But if you're going to say it's not a law anyway, then what are you worried about? Where's your argument going?
ICE does not make us safer. It exists to terrorize immigrant communities and enforce a system of racial and economic control.
Hold on. You're not wrong, but because you've been wrong so many other times. Illegal immigration is another war on poor people and not a war on poverty. Do you think illegal immigrants are coming in to the fucking country, going up to California and moving into fucking Malibu? Do you think the illegal immigrants are moving into the country and shopping on Rodeo Drive? No. The immigrants that can afford to do that shit come in legally. He kind of has all of the problems putting it into one trencher. And the problem is when you put everything into one trencher, you can no longer identify the meat and the bread and the potato and the carrots. You kind of just have shit on a shingle. ICE's job is to remove people. And this is what I love occasionally when we have somebody from like a communist country who visits, because visits the channel. Because I want them to tell you what a fucking terror, not terrorism, what a terror campaign looks like. When you're from a fascist country, or a communist, not communist country, or a dictatorist country, their way to terrorize people is they literally pull you out of your fucking houses, naked or in whatever state of dress you were in while you were laying in bed. They beat you. They don't like put you in a stress position. They beat your ass. They beat you, and they beat you to the point of, don't beat that one anymore because that one has to haul bricks tomorrow. But beat the shit out of his wife some more because she's useless. That's what a terror campaign is. I think people need to understand you're using words and you're using them badly.
It is a modern day extension of white supremacy. White supremacy. And its cooperation here at Camp Atterbury.
Okay, it's an extension of white supremacy. I got asked the question yesterday. It really pissed me off. You guys know there are some questions I will answer, and they really piss me to fuck off. The reason why they piss me to fuck off is because as we move forward as a society, if we are not willing to talk about some things, then we're never going to make any progress. And the question I got asked was about white supremacy. And the problem is, when I turned 18, I didn't get $1 million. And when I applied for college, I had to work really hard to get in there. And when I was in there, nobody paid for it. I paid for it. And when I bought my first house, nobody gave me money. I never got paid back. I didn't even get a car. I'm 46 years old, and apparently if there's a white supremacy thing going on in this country, they lost my name. If there's a white privilege thing, they lost my name. I ain't never gotten shit for being white. I never got anything positive. I get a lot of shit for it. Irish don't count as white. Oh, fuck. That's right. That's right. If your family has ever been an indentured servant, you're not white. You're just one step above slave.
Is an insult to the very history it was built on. If you are a member of ICE, law enforcement, or a fellow member of the armed services, ask yourself, why are immigrants coming to America in the first place?
Because they're living in places that are really, really shitty. They're coming to a country that has the highest GDP in the world. They're coming to a country because being poor in America is better than being middle class or sometimes even rich in other countries. They're coming to America because we don't enforce our borders. They're coming to America because we don't enforce our laws. They're coming to America for a lot of reasons. What's your point?
Is it because we invaded and bombed them? Did we topple their democratic governments?
No. Hold up a second. I like that point. I do like that point. Did we bomb some of their countries? Yes. Should we have bombed all of them? No. There's a lot of countries that we've blasted the fuck out of that we never should have because they weren't a priority threat. Can somebody tell me which fucking democratic country we've ever removed the leaders in? Because I'm interested. I don't think that we've ever removed a democratically elected. Now, if you're gonna say some shit to me like, well, we removed Saddam Hussein and he was democratically elected, sure. The problem is that the ballot for Saddam Hussein was Saddam Hussein or please torture and kill my family.
Is it because we assassinated their leaders and stole their resources?
Okay, first of all, I don't mind if you have that opinion. I mind that you're not going to be able to defend that opinion. Iran? No, we didn't dispose of a democratically elected government. We got rid of a regime, right? It's not like we rolled up into Iran and they had perfectly peaceful democratic republic and everything was good. We kind of did. No, we kind of regime changed Iran back in Oh, fuck's sake. Was it 53? Yeah. Yeah. But also, we got to have some clarity. We didn't roll into Iran like we did into Iraq. We helped instigate a coup, but that's different. Okay? And this is, once again, it takes me back to the whole everybody should play Crusader Kings 3. We didn't use Marshall. We didn't raise an army to do it. We used our spy master to do it. It wasn't a military action. It was an espionage action. And I think some people, and again, I'm not saying it makes it right. I'm saying this is how we did it. This is how we did it. There is a difference between military action. Yeah, CK3 in schools. And here's how it works. And when I rebuild the school system, you can't graduate out of 8th grade or high school until you understand CK3. That's it. Cause shit, you'd all understand income. I don't mind that my fellow military members want to, they want to go out, they want to wear their uniform, they want to have messages. I don't mind that they want to do that. What I mind about is that if you're going to whine and you're going to whinge about all these things, like, look, I've had complaints with the military. I've talked to my boss about it. I've had complaints with the military. I have filed an IG complaint. I have had complaints with the military lying to Congress. Okay? And it caused me a fucking untold amount of pain, but it was the right thing to do. With that said, never, ever was the first instinct to start screaming into a microphone while I was a uniformed member of the service. You'll also notice I will answer a lot of questions about the military. But sometimes when somebody brings something up, I say, I'm not going to speak about that. Because it's not my place to talk about things that I know are still classified. Or I know that I don't know enough. I don't say anything about them. It's like this. I don't agree with how Donald Trump is handling the immigration issue. Because I'm the son of an immigrant. My family are immigrants. I don't agree with how Donald Trump is handling the immigration issue because they're fucking people. They're people. With that said, I want to fix the problem. I don't give a shit about your opinion. I don't give a shit about your feelings. I don't give a shit about if your asshole hurts. I don't care about that. I want to fix the problem. And the problem is, until we get rid of illegal immigrants that are living in poverty-stricken neighborhoods, then Americans are going to continue to have nowhere else to live but that poverty-stricken neighborhood. Because you can't make suddenly nice places nicer, and you can't have a system that says, oh, there are no immigrants on Medicare, or sorry, on Medicaid, when bullshit, that's the program they sign up into to get emergency medical services. We could solve that problem by creating a second program. Remember, when you go to the hospital and you need to be treated because the hospital is bound by law not to toss your ass out on the street, I think what people don't realize is the hospital gets paid by the state. The people that go to a hospital that must be treated, the state says, well, you told us we have to treat them. We sign them up for Medicaid because that's what we've been told to do. So that person is in fact on your Medicaid roster. That doesn't automatically mean they're getting any other benefits. They might not be even getting any other health benefits. But it also means that they're in the system. And so somebody having a shitty day at work that person might go in and try to get benefits. Oh, you're already in the system. How much do you make? Up some SNAP, some WIC, some housing assistance. Because guess what? It fucking happens. That shit never happens. Computers are infallible. Yep. That's why my daughter magically got other health insurance. Postal services are stopped sending low-cost parcels to U.S. as duty exemption ends. Yep. As they should. It's a bullshit system where you can ship directly to the customer and bypass the tariffs because each individual package is under is under $600 or whatever the fucking specific dollar amount is. It should happen. You should not have Shein or what's the other, Alibaba Express or all these other locations in China mailing directly to Americans and not having to pay the tariffs. You shouldn't have that. It should not be that way. That is some bullshit. That is some bullshit. Let's see. Oh. This is a great one, and we're going to talk about why would you want to tolerate fascism. What's that, number 6? Number 6. Oh, hold on. That's That's number 6. That man built a whole new leg. This one.
I mean this with the utmost sincerity, and I really truly hope that you answer this question. Why would I want to tolerate fascism? And while we're asking questions, why are you willing to tolerate fascism? Why are you so okay with what's going on in this world? Because to me, anytime anyone's rights, life, or liberty, or happiness are stripped away from them, I take issue with that personally, because I believe every single person on this planet inherently has value. Even if I don't like that person, I believe they inherently have value. When I say these people are fascists, and I'm going to call them as such, I'm not doing anything other than calling them what they have earned to be called. I mean this with the utmost sincerity, and I really truly hope that you answer this question.
So the problem is, I agree with 95% of what she said. The problem is, stop calling dictators fascists. Because what you're doing is you're proving that Americans are ignorant, and it bothers me. You call a dictator, you call a fascist, because then we get the stupid Americans who don't understand the difference between communism and socialism. We don't understand these things. And I'm going to show you another video that's just going to make you cringe about how fucking off the guy's knowledge actually is. You call the dictator an authoritarian if you need a word. You're right. If you don't know, yeah, fascists are anybody that disagree with me. I support your right to call people fascists. I support your right to call anybody whatever you want to call them. But I support you calling them the right thing more. Like, you could call them a one-eyed, one-horned, flying purple people eater if you fucking want to. But if you called a fascist and a dictator, you're probably going to get my attention faster than the stripper gets Bob's attention on payday. Like, I'm going to be like, whoa, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Excuse me, miss. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but did I just hear you correctly identify that there's a difference between fascists and dictators? Can I buy you a cup of coffee? When she gives me that look, it'd be like, oh yeah, that sort of shit. I don't get this, and I don't get this one-on-one kind of conversation very often. I get it that people are mad. I get it that people are upset. I get it that people want to rebel. I don't know what you want to rebel against. I also want to let everybody know, all the people calling for an American revolution, I want to let you all know this. You're too fucking dumb to run the country because you've let it get this way. The masses are always going to be fucking cattle. You need good-hearted, educated individuals to run shit, because honest to God, you can't run things. Why the change in Twitch handle? Okay. I changed my Twitch handle so that I could line it better with my Kick handle, so I could align it better with all my other brands. On most other platforms, I'm Jalon PGN. If you've ever read my content creator guide, which most of you haven't, when I originally started this, there were supposed to be 4 of us working off of the same Twitch channel. There were supposed to be 4 of us making videos off of the same YouTube channel. And we all got together and we were all going to do that, because then we were going to split the money 4 ways. And this was before I was retired. The problem is, Paradox Gaming Network is a terrible Twitch handle, because when I go to talk to people in their shows, I'm blatantly broadcasting my channel. Paradox Gaming Network is great as a channel if you're going to have multiple identities on it. And this was also set up back in the day when you could host channels. So the goal was always, you were going to stream on your channel, but the gaming network channel was going to host you. And then all of the money that the gaming channel made, because it's easier for 4 people to push one channel to partner than it is for 4 people to get partnered. So all of the money that the main channel made was going to split. And then searching for Paradox, I'm way down. But there's a lot of things that if you search about me, I'm the first thing. Like, Google Arcage 101, and my name pops up when you Google Arcage 101. So if you haven't noticed in the last 10 days, 15 days, or actually 2 months, because unlike President Trump, unlike Intrepid Studios, unlike a lot of places, I laid the foundation first. I changed the website. I built everything up. Now, I was going to change everything over the weekend, but a window of opportunity arrived this morning. So I changed them quickly, and then I realized I got to do some work. Luckily, I'm ahead, and I can do all that work today. With that said, thank you for noticing. Because remember, now Jalon PGN I'm a person now. I'm not a brand. Also, I talk about politics more than I talk about games. And some people don't want to listen to a person talking about politics on a gaming channel. Now I talk about whatever the fuck I want on a Jalon channel, and it all works out. But thanks for noticing, and great question. So nobody should want to tolerate fascism. Nobody should want to tolerate fascism. But why do fascists exist? Fascists exist because power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. We understand, let me back that up. The intellectual elite understands. We accept that the best form of government is a single person. We accept that the best form of government is a single person. But the more you center the power, the more susceptible to corruption the power becomes. So as you divide out the power, corruption has to begin defending or begin attacking multiple organizations. But the problem is, the corruption has now already found itself into all of our organizations. There is always going to be corruption. Even in the best designed, best intended systems. Well, I think you need to separate why fascist leaders and fascist followers exist. Fascist leaders nearly always exist. Fascist followers tend to start popping up when things are getting worse for one reason or another. You're right, and that's easy. I can tell you exactly why people follow fascists. The first group of people follow fascists for the same reason why anybody follows anything else. Derek Sivers, the first follower, how to start a movement. And I'll use content creation for an example. There's 32 viewers here right now. 10 of you are the elite guard of the community. You've been here with me for years. You give me authenticity, but you also give me legitimacy. Now we're growing the brand again, right? If each of you brought 3 people, I would be back to 100 people all the time. And you would feel good because you will have brought 3 people to a movement that you think is good. Those people will feel good because now they're part of a collective. And as long as I always lie to you, yeah, you count, you all count. As long as I always lie to you, and I keep telling you it will always be better, and as long as I can move the mercury a little bit, if I can make your life a little bit better, and it doesn't have to be physically, tangibly, if I make you laugh, if I listen to your story, if I give you advice and that advice works, or if I can give the community shoes, if I can give the community food, if I can give food to the hungry, homes to the homeless, clothes to the naked, I made your life a little better. I don't have to deliver everything I promise as a fascist leader. I just have to make sure that I make it appear as if your life is better today than it was a year ago. Now, give advice, doesn't matter if it works. No. Dangerous if you're building a movement. If you're building a movement, don't give advice. Get the person to give themselves advice. What a therapist does. A therapist could give you all the answers. But if it goes wrong, they're culpable. Instead, they get you to the answer. Now, outside of building a movement, you're absolutely right. It is not my responsibility if shit goes all wrong after I've given you advice. My job is to give you advice. If you follow it and things go bad, we're going to analyze why it went bad. And 99 times out of 100, it's going to go bad because of something you didn't tell me. But there's going to be one time out of 100 I gave advice and it is my fault. Remember, if you give advice and it goes wrong, and they gave you all the facts and you were still wrong, morally, no, not shit out of luck. Morally, that 1 out of 100, you own that one. You should fix that one. That's why I say stuff like, based on what you've said to me, if I had to make a decision, I would do this. But only you know all of the factors and all of the variables. Only you can decide how hard you're willing to work. Only you can decide what you're willing to sacrifice. Like the video I just put out on my YouTube, where I talk about, the back and forth. What I think you're trying to get to, 6 foot, isn't give advice, is have a conversation. Have the conversation with them. Be a listener. Be engaged. Give a shit. Show up. You helped me to start to turn my head around and analyze things better. Helped me avoid walking into several bad decisions. That's my favorite part of the show. The back and forth. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And like I've said to people, we had the conversation earlier this week about stopping ID states. No, you cannot. What it is that I'm on Twitch. Twitch, don't get mad at me. And all you see over here, all you're allowed to see over here is Twitch chat, because that's a requirement of Twitch. So you will notice all of the Twitch chat showed Twitch lines up line by line. But I also get people from Discord or Twitter or smoke signals or that motion you do when you move a ball with your foot. And other locations. But the only chat on my screen is Twitch chat. The next one up is people understanding their rights. People understanding their rights. And here's the thing. A lot of people don't understand their rights. They don't get, actually no, before we do the rights one, I want to go to this one. I'm going to do this one instead. We were talking about ideologies. So here's the bridge to the ideologies. Here's people's misunderstanding of ideologies. And this is going to scare the shit out of you.
Democrats are constantly blaming leftists, socialists, and communists for the political divide, saying that we split the vote. But leftist, socialist, and communist ideology has been static throughout history. It has been Democrats that have been shifting right with the Overton window that are causing that political divide. And they keep lashing out at us because we're not shifting to the right with them. They're shifting further and further to the right, to the point where right now they are first-term Trump Republicans. And they're trying to blame us for the divide. Democrats are constantly blaming leftist,
okay,
socialist...
so here's the problem. How in the blue fuck is an intellectual supposed to take you seriously when you say that the leftist, communist, and socialist ideologies have been static throughout history, right? Wait, what? Might be how you want it, but when I clock into the banner for homepage, Oh, does it? Thanks. I'll fix that. Thank you. So, socialism, communism, and leftism. I want to say this because people say the guy literally just said they've been static. No, I'm going to stop you there. In Salty Bread, you're one of those people. You're really, really smart. I'm going to back this up. You're really well read. But I don't think anybody has ever challenged you and put you through the crucible to take being really well read into like true understanding. You say Marx's definition is kind of static. Okay. So who wrote socialism? Who came up with the idea of socialism? And people are going to tell you Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. And I'll say, but I thought Marx was a communist. Yeah, Robert Owen and Saint Simon. Back in the 1800s. The idea of the utopian community came out of basically the Industrial Revolution and exploitation in the factory. And do you know why that was such a big deal? Because people thought moving to the cities was going to help, because I don't think people realized just how long feudalism lingered around for. Yeah, there you go. So here's the problem. Does everybody on the channel understand? You cannot get to communism except through socialism. You must start as a socialist nation in order to become a communist nation, because you have to spend an awful lot of time walking from whatever you are through the stages of socialism. As the state becomes the owner of all the wealth, you eventually get rid of the idea of currency and property and personal property and personal ownership. And that's not to say that in socialism you don't have private possessions. You have personal private possessions that aren't belonged to by the state, but these are things that cannot generate wealth. And it doesn't really work because nobody has really done like a modern guide to socialism when it comes to like computers or phones. And by the way, computers and phones and streaming and TikToks and YouTube is why socialism and communism can't be a thing. Because remember, when I say generate something of wealth, that doesn't mean necessarily one for one generate something of value. It means do something where somebody would give you something of theirs for. Because remember, under socialism, we're going to take away everything from everybody, and then we're going to redistribute it based on not equality. Socialism is not based on equality. Socialism is based on getting you through the destruction of the economy to communism. But then when they say that these haven't changed, well, they have. Because you get Scandinavian socialism, democratic socialism, you get revolutionary socialism, which was Lenin and Mao, and you get social democracy. And now people one for one equate socialism with welfare policies. Because people oftentimes can't understand that we're talking about socialist medicine as opposed to capitalistic medicine. The problem with saying that these things haven't evolved is Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels are very, very important to Marxian socialism. But then Marx is considered the entry to communism. So, you see what I'm saying? He's in both. But that's because Marx wrote the progression from socialism to communism. But Lenin took communism and it became Marxism-Leninism. Mao developed the industrial worker focus of socialism, but calls it communism. Which is why when people tell me China is a communist country, China has one thing that I don't have to look at any more about their society to know they're not communist. They have billionaires. Billionaires, if billionaires still exist, you are still in square one of socialism. And then people have said Vietnam was communist, Cuba was communist, North Korea was communist. None of those were communist. By the way, we talk about we fought all the enemies of the Soviet Union. The Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. But we say that the USSR was communist, which they weren't. And then we say all of their allies, Cuba, Vietnam, North Korea, all of them had 3 different versions. We weren't fighting to stop the spread of communism. We were fighting to stop the spread of Soviet influence. Soviet influence. The left, we have stupid ass fucking words in our society. Feminism. Look, there shouldn't be any feminists on the planet because women are equal. That's it. That's it. Congratulations, I just solved feminism. Maybe we should say communist leaning. No, we shouldn't say communist leaning at all. You know what we should say? Simply put, stop labeling shit. The United States is a democracy. No, the fuck it ain't. I live in a democracy. Shut up, bitch. No, you don't. You live in a democratic republic. Congratulations, you failed entirely. Because you failed entirely, and guess what? More people used to know they lived in a fucking republic. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. Shit. Let's put the fucking republic back in. Let's put the Pledge of Allegiance back in. Marxist communism compared to many communist socialist variants is especially static because of his manifesto. Yes. What Marx wrote is static because he wrote a book, and a book is static. However, the application of Marxism is radically different, depends on who read the book. The problem is economic conditions. The reason why communism will never work. If you need a great example of why communism will never work, watch The Walking Dead. You've got Hilltop, you've got Alexandria. They're fine. One of them's nicer than the other. They're fine. Everything's good. And then a group of people that don't agree with the social contract come along and they take everything. When you have something, you either defend it or people take it away. That's it. We got to stop with this and this is why I'm so against influencers. We've got to stop with fucking influencers. Well, do we have the same with fascism? Well, the thing with fascism is that there's not a single unifying what fascism is, right? Like, there's only one true communism, because communism gets to the means where communism, its ultimate goal is everybody is equal, and we don't need any ruling body because we're in a utopia. For example, somebody once tried to convince me that Star Trek was communism. I said, no, Star Trek is a utopia. And they said, yeah, but it's communism. No. Because we know who's in charge of the ship. We know Captain Picard is in charge of the Enterprise. And everybody knows he's in charge. And that's what I think people are confused about, and because they're listening to shit eel content creators, they don't understand. You can get to utopia through any government. We have Mussolini's fascism, we have Hitler's. Okay, so the thing about fascism is one person or a party has all the power. Fascism is all about nationalism. Fascism is designed around what Grumpy Old Man just said, hive mind. It's the reduction of freedom of speech, freedom of the press, and freedom of thought, and freedom of expression. It's militarism. It's where you build such a strong military, not because you need a large military, but a large military allows you to justify younger and younger indoctrination. For example, what age do you have to be to join the military? You have to be 17 to join the military. It's normally 18. You can join at 17. What age is the average person in freshman year? So 17, 16, 15, 14, 13. High school freshmen are this age. It's exactly where I'm going, except I'm going with it in America. So you join the military at 17 or 18. JROTC. We start indoctrinating. No, Junior Razzi. We start indoctrinating. Now, you brought up the next level down. We start indoctrinating people into scouting as young as 5 years old. The reason why fascist countries build huge militaries is order and discipline and regiment. And it's really easy to slip in indoctrination. In fact, you don't even need to slip in the indoctrination, though they're willingly to accept it. Scapegoating. We are Donald Trump is a 10 out of 10 in fascism when it comes to scapegoating. The indoctrination happens because of peer pressure. Absolutely. It becomes peer pressure, family pressure, history, legacy, tradition. Well, you know, your 3 older brothers were Eagle Scouts by the time they were 16. I don't exist in a fascist world because I'm a radical free thinker. Donald Trump is 10 out of 10 in scapegoating, and Americans are starting to fall into the scapegoating fascist web. I am not against minorities, and I think minorities is a stupid fucking word because you're already marginalizing them by calling them minority. It's outsiders, it's immigrants. Look, they are not responsible for your problem. Well, if all the illegal aliens would get out of the country, then the federal government would spend exactly $0 less. Because federal money doesn't go to illegal aliens. Blame your state. Blame your state for that shit. People up in Chicago, they're all mad because their mayor spent $150 million on illegal aliens, and now the federal government is withholding money for their school district, as they should. We gave you money for X, you spent it on Y, now fuck you, we're not giving you any more money. Propaganda. Control of the media and culture to spread the leader's narrative. Doesn't that sound an awful lot like Truth Social? Doesn't it sound like when you can't control the media, so you create new media and you bring all of your followers to it, and then what is it you say? Fox News is a bunch of liars. Only somebody from the New York Post would ask such a stupid question. I'm not going to allow you to have access to the press room. Isn't that suppression of the media? And here's the problem. When you fear the other side, what you are proving is the other side is right. I don't care what the other side's view is. I don't care. What I care about is that the other side can articulate their opinion. I don't have to agree with you. We can agree to disagree, but when do you ever hear me disagree with something that's articulated? Like, why do you believe this? Right? Why do you believe this? Well, I believe this because this, that, and the other. Well, that's interesting. That's not where I would have gotten if I had been presented those facts. But I can see where you're coming from. Now, if you say to me, the earth is flat, I'm going to say, no. It's possible to agree with the opposition on certain points, just not the cause or how to address it. Exactly. It is absolutely possible to agree with the opposition about the problem. I agree this is a problem, but I can't agree with you on what's causing it, so I can't agree with you on how to solve it, but we can at least not throw chairs at each other and say, yes. How about this? Everybody can agree that the school system in America is broken because too many people are graduating without being able to read at grade level. So very Orwellian, very dystopian, they've decided to lower what we consider at grade level. Really? Really? I saw this one.
Democrats are constantly blaming.
Actually, I'm gonna take a real quick break, and then I'm gonna play the video, and then we're gonna talk about it. I'll be back in less than a minute. Okay, so when it comes to education, this is what one father of 6, his opinion was.
This is coming from somebody with 6 children in the fucking school systems, okay? I would wipe fucking teachers right out. I'd put a screen in front of every fucking classroom, and there'd be an app, a universal app, right across the fucking board. Every student sees the same exact app.
Great fucking plan. Go read 1984. Holy shit. It worked. I mean this. They have successfully won with TikTok. I don't even want to start the idea of trying to explain to this person. First of all, you have 6 fucking kids. You can have 6 kids if you can afford 6 kids. I'm jealous that you have 6 kids. I wanted more kids. I had a plan, and this is one of the things that I do accept. I accept the fact that I have more money than most people because I had a 20-year plan that involved at least 2 more kids. And we didn't get the 2 more kids, but I never modified the 20-year plan. So I'd been cutting parts of my fucking investments off to 2 bank accounts, and I'm not joking. I've been growing these 2 bank accounts for years. And I was like, why the fuck am I growing these 2 bank accounts? And I was like, oh shit. Those were the accounts to just keep reinvesting for the other kids. Fuck. They ain't going to my current kids. That shit's going to my fucking house fund. Kids are not the same. They don't learn the same. They most likely won't pay attention without supervision. Kids like me, in some subjects, will go to school and do all the work on their own, no problem. You think I'm gonna pay fucking 2 tits of attention in math class? Science class? But here's the thing. I didn't like math. I didn't like science. But I'm good at the parts of them that I need to be. Think I would have gotten into the engineering program at my magnet school if I didn't have Sister Mary Frances fucking screaming at me about math? Yeah, you had to correct your teacher in math. That's when I stopped listening. There was a teacher, I don't know if I have this, I don't know if I have her video. Just so you guys know, I download hundreds of TikToks to respond to, but I prep them all so that I can have I'm not one of these React content people that doesn't like, there's my notes. I have notes for each video. Like, that's why sometimes I'll say this and this one and this one goes over here. I have notes for all of everything I do. The problem is we have where's the fucking new name who dis? New name who dis? Yeah, new name who dis. I changed names so that I'm a person now instead of a brand. Because if I'm gonna spend the majority of my time talking politics, then I should be a person, not a brand. What is she? A717?
It's coming from somebody with
This is why we need to do more to educate people. We need an educated populace. Listen to this question. Listen to this TikToker.
Ever wondered why the Germans didn't do more to stop German Mustache Man? Well, that's exactly what the entire world is thinking about Americans and Trump.
No, they're not. I can tell you right now, that's not what the whole world is wondering about Americans and Trump. Because anybody, the motherfuck, who understands the history of fucking Germany knows why we got to this point. We got to this point because, much like the Germans were absolutely decimated. Yeah, Hitler was celebrated as a savior for Germany. Hitler was fucking loved. The problem is, Hitler fucking went off the damn deep end. If Hitler, first of all, hadn't started exterminating the Jews, that's one thing. If Hitler didn't give Japan, first of all, Hitler needed to tell Japan, look, you're going to bomb the United States and you're going to get them involved in a war in the Pacific. And only after they're fully committed to the Pacific will I declare, I have your back. But I need them to go to you first. I can't. And then what happened is the United States, they knew. It's not like they didn't know. Remember, by World War II, the United States has been kicking everybody's ass. And the problem is, if Hitler had died in 1938, he would be celebrated in Germany. But he lost his fucking mind. Why does Trump have so many supporters? And I mean, if you're a MAGA person, please don't run away because I'm about to shit on Trump. Because I mean this. And I mean it, and I'm being very honest. Why do so many people celebrate Trump? He's not a good businessman. He's bankrupted 3 casinos. He's not a good businessman. He has lost major court cases about his handling of business. He's not a good businessman. He's not even a good criminal businessman because his fucking accounting department left fucking records. He's not a good student. He won't release his transcripts. He's fucking dumb because he says shit like the United States and Japan have been allies, or the United States has been around the same amount of time as Rome. Now, I get it. Sometimes as an academician, your brain runs ahead of you, and you say some things and it's not what you mean. It sounds good in your head, but your brain puts in some extra words. There is nothing about Donald Trump's pedigree that should impress you. But he's a fucking amazing goddamn salesman. He's an amazing salesman. He followed the fucking easiest book to winning an election. It's their fault that your life sucks. And I'm gonna fix it. Vote for me. We're gonna build a wall and we're gonna make the Mexicans pay for it. Hey, Ese, who's gonna build the fucking wall, huh? What were you gonna do? Trick the fucking Mexicans? Hey, I need you to check the wall out from this side. Oh, it looks pretty. Shut the door. Oh, fuck, they shut the door. How did we fall for it? No. Building a wall on the fucking southern border of the United States is the dumbest fucking plan ever. Because all it's doing is your so-called best ally. The United States has pissed on Canada and Mexico. Canada and Mexico used to be the boys, man. Be like, hey, we gotta go fuck someone up. Mexico would be like, we're in. Canada would say, it's hockey season. Time to go commit some war crimes, eh? Oh shit, hockey season must be over. Canada has 2 fucking seasons in their country. Hockey and war crimes. You can't get those motherfuckers to deploy anybody during hockey season. As soon as hockey season's over, they want to go throw fucking grenades on top of hungry people. If you think I'm making it up, look up their history. Because I'm not. The trick is this. Unfortunately, it takes a certain skill set to be popular in this world. And even the people like Charlie Kirk, who is very successful at building an organization, Charlie Kirk has fucked up. Right? I believe Trump is owned by Saudi Arabia. Fuck no. Fuck no. Fucking Ice Cube told you in 2016 who owns Trump. If you've never heard the song Arrest the President by Ice Cube, go listen to that song, because he tells you right away. Arrest the president. You got the evidence. This man is Russian intelligence. Donald Trump has had Russian ties for 50 years. How the fuck is it that the Russians were bankrolling all of his beauty pageants and all of a sudden, it's not a problem that he's got Russian business partners? Russia has a 70% share in Trump. Israel has the remaining 30%. Israel doesn't have 30% of Trump. Israel has 30% of the office of the president, no matter who sits in it. Put me in it, no problem, because I have morals and decency. Yeah, Trump has a CIA code name because he was a known Russian asset. Holy fuck. What more do you need to know than that? The CIA was building a case file on him. Not the FBI, not the Department of Justice. Our fucking foreign intelligence agency was looking. It's not a big deal, because if you do that much business with a foreign country, they are going to look at you. But, right? It doesn't matter. The problem is, if you vote me fucking king of the country, and you give me 10 straight years, I'll make some improvements. Because right now, I would say to a lot of these places, I ain't got time for your shit. If daddy has to pay attention to this in 3 weeks, daddy's gonna get the belt, okay? Not saying beat your kids, but I'm saying it's a social meme. If I gotta deal with your shit in 3 weeks, someone's getting it. Look, if we had just given Ukraine the weapons that we were supposed to give them, because Congress said that we were supposed to give them to them, we wouldn't have this war right now. If Congress had just done their fucking job and impeached his ass, and they had 2 bites at him, they could have impeached his ass twice. Trump is boys with Russia, but you got to see what's not on the surface and the amount of deals he's made with Saudi Arabia. What's sketchy about him? Here's the thing. Sounds an awful lot like Middle East hate to me. What deals specifically are you talking about? Because not every deal that Trump makes with Saudi Arabia is a deal Trump is making with Saudi Arabia. You do understand that our national interest aligns for Saudi Arabia to be our ally. You do understand that the long-term plan for the Middle East is that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia becomes the America of the Middle East and starts policing that geopolitical region so we can finally, after like 75 years, get the fuck out of it. So you have to tell me, you say the deals he's making, which deals specifically? Which deals specifically? You can ask me a question about a game, always. I dislike when people say that deal. What deal? Because I haven't seen a deal that's sketchy outside of the same deals that Biden made, Obama made, and W made. Now, I can't go further than that because I didn't serve during that era. But what specifically? That's not the right one. Okay, hold on a second. Oh, that's not you. Answer your question real quick, but I typed it out for everybody else. I love the idea of the private servers at face value. I dislike how they impact the live servers battle pass. All in all, 10-10, no pay to win. So some of these deals, the 2017 arms deal with Saudi Arabia, because that's going all the way back to Trump's first term. They bought $110 billion worth of armament and pledged to buy another $35 billion over 10 years. That's fine. They're more symbolic than binding. You have to understand how business is done in the Middle East. If you've never been to the Middle East, if you don't understand the culture, in the Middle East, you don't say no. You don't say no. You never say no because it impacts honor. It impacts prestige. Even if you agree to do something, you don't always have to do it. You can agree to something because you give the person clout and credibility and prestige, but they know you'll never deliver, so they know not to ever call it. The fact that, Jared got a $2 billion investment from Saudi Arabia's sovereign wealth fund? Here's the thing. Do you think the Saudis care about $2 billion fucking dollars? I want you to understand another thing about the Middle East. They pay bribes. And everybody knows they're paying bribes. And they don't call them bribes because they understand human nature. When you build in when you build in the Middle East, They're gifts. Exactly. They're gifts. They're gifts. We don't allow that in our government. We don't allow that in our country. We don't allow that in our law. We don't allow that in our business. Yeah, the Saudi royal family is worth something like $1.5 trillion. Do you think 2 billion means shit to them? It means a lot to Jared. That's why it's so hard for the US government to do business over there, because our rules about accepting gifts and accepting bribes and accepting things of luxury, they're getting mad because they can't, like, what do you mean you can't accept the watch I'm trying to give you? I'm sorry, I can only accept gifts up to $25. And you should see their faces. They're like, we're going out to dinner at this place. I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't join you. Why? Because that place exceeds what I can spend in a day on food. Well, we'll pay for you. I'm sorry, I can't. It's like, it fucks up talking to them, because they're like, oh, well, then we'll see you tomorrow. But they're going to decide 19 things at dinner. So which, it's funny. You ever notice that people are like these shady deals, but then there's no shady deals? The White House promoted over $2 trillion in deals, but news agencies got it closer to $730 billion. But there's no binding memorandum. Yeah, exactly. Because that's not how they do business. Yes, Trump Tower Trump is building a tower in Jeddah. $1 billion hotel. Who owns it? Dubai owns it. The Trump Organization doesn't own it. Donald Trump over the years has owned very few of the fucking buildings. You buy his name. So here's the thing. If you got some receipts for me to look at about so-called shady deals, yeah, I need the receipts on them. Elon Musk isn't the richest man in the world, not even close. Putin has more money than Musk. He just doesn't have his money public. Yeah, and that's what a lot of people don't understand. Elon Musk, well, hold on. I'm gonna back that statement up a little bit and clarify it. Elon Musk is the man on the planet with the highest documented wealth. The people you're talking about don't document their wealth because, one, it's nobody's fucking business, and two, they don't know how to document it. We're sitting on an oil reserve that has billions of fucking gallons of crude oil in it. If it's worth $88 today, we're worth at least this much if the price drops, and they don't do business like that. Yeah, Putin's wealth is from looting his own people, but the difference is people get caught up on wealth, and what you need to be caught up on is hard currency. If the stock market crashes tomorrow, Elon Musk is worth nothing tomorrow. If the market lost 95% of its wealth tomorrow, Elon Musk is in debt. Because Elon Musk, now, for the people that are like, President Jalan, what would you do to stop that? I would not allow FDIC-insured financial institutions to take loans against stock. I would make it, if you're a non-FDIC insured institution, that and this is how I would get around it. Every single time an individual attempts to deposit money into your financial institution, you must collect a wet ink signature from them when they deposit the money. And people would say, well, then nobody would be able to bank there because 95% of people have their paychecks deposited electronically. Now you're thinking. Now I've passed a completely legitimate policy that stops banks from dealing with that shit. Hey, you want to give Elon Musk a $14 billion loan against his stocks? Feel free. But you're no longer FDIC insured. Oh, we don't care about that. Oh, Okay, well, the other thing is every time people put money in your bank, each and every time, they have to sign the disclaimer that knows that that deposit isn't insured. Oh, shit. Yeah, oh, shit. Imagine that. Elon Musk, if he had wanted to buy Twitter, should have had to sell 15% more Tesla shares and given the government about $9 billion. $6 billion. It's how the rules were written. The big problem is people that are hemming and hawing and looking at their feet and they say, oh, I don't understand how everything, I don't understand how everything went so wrong. Well, everything went, I don't understand why my house is falling down because you didn't follow the fucking architect's design. You had rules. You had rules. You didn't follow them. The game sucks. You had rules, you didn't follow them. With that said, I love you guys. You guys are fucking amazing. I want to tell you guys, I got my shot, and I feel really good. I don't feel really good that I have to take shots, but I feel really good. You can tell. They don't know what's wrong with my voice. I'm probably still sick, but it doesn't hurt. I'm able to push through it. I got my shot. I'm feeling good. Getting my blood levels where they need to be. I will not be here on Monday. Hold on. Let me look. Let me double check my time. Yeah, I will not be here on Monday. Just to keep the ticking, you will probably see the channel go live. I'm gonna put the jukebox up on Monday. I will do video games on Tuesday. No, I won't. I will do politics on Tuesday, video games on Wednesday, politics on Thursday, video games on Friday, politics on Saturday, to realign next week. Because I hate missing. I hate missing days. It really does bother me. With that said, I am here tomorrow to play video games. You can bring me anything tomorrow. The only thing is when I'm live on a video game day, video games take precedent. I'm gonna get out of here. I gotta stick to task, man. That doesn't mean I won't ever go long. It just means most of the time I won't go long. I will see you guys tomorrow.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's imagination. I don't think you will be getting paid.